After experiencing some technical difficulties yesterday on YouTube, and now I wake up this morning to my local channels here in central Pennsylvania, all fuzzy, except everything else. Every other channel is working perfectly fine. Like, seriously, you can't make this shit up. So we're going to try to watch the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers game here today. I mean, who knows? It might clear up here on Channel 10 for myself. Obviously, KDKA in the 412, but Pittsburgh's back home today, 1 month to the day after they first played the Cincinnati Bengals this season on Thursday Night Football. So here we are today, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, this fuzziness, I get, with the weather the way it's been, but with technology, it's good, but also sucks when it needs to be good. Explain to me why, at this rate, these aren't working, but everything else is. Because normally, if these wouldn't be working, or vice versa, they'd all be out and done and over with, and you wouldn't have anything at all. But for whatever reason, it was fine yesterday. Believe me, it was. I watched the Penn State game on CBS yesterday afternoon and streamed that, so thanks for tuning in. If you didn't watch those live play-to-play, watch long reactions live here on YouTube with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. So obviously, I get the Steelers are 9 times out of 10 always going to be on, CBS if they're not playing in prime time. Very rarely do they play home or away on Fox, for that matter. That's just how the NFL scheduling and TV contracts are. And the Steelers are going to be on CBS. So for here in, the Keystone State, it's, for myself, Channel 10. But like I said, in the Steel City, it's, KDKA. But been windy a lot the past couple days. But it was fine yesterday. It was fine. I went to bed, wake up this morning, and it's just local channels. It's not anything else. Like, everything else is perfectly fine. So it's not the satellite. There's an issue with, some connection with the local channels in my area to everyone in the area, for that matter. What it is, I don't know. They know about it. They've displayed the, there's no need to call us message. We know, there's an issue, and, we're going to get it resolved and back up and running, as soon as possible. But you know what that means. They're going to take their good old time, and it's not going to get fixed until probably 5 o'clock tonight, which is a little too late, because the game will obviously be over with by then. But I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Like I said, you can't make this shit up. You just can't. If it ain't one thing, it's another. But that's also why there's streaming, let alone a few certain sites with the internet to watch on. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, we're going to try to watch this Steeler game here today. Because my current shot on TV is still fuzziness, and it's been like this for hours. And believe me, I've troubleshooted everything that you can think of to get it to work. And it won't work. And it's just the local channels. It's not anything else. Okay? I just got done watching the NFL International game, in which the Dolphins beat the Redskins on a game-winning field goal on the same TV, I might add, and the game was on NFL Network, and the picture was clear as can be. So, like I said, they know about the issue. They do. but they haven't fixed it yet. Or if they've thought or think they fixed it, they haven't, because it's still, what it is. So yeah, like I said, that's why they're streaming in a few certain sites online. So if you know, you know. But audio only, because of the situation. Like I said, it was not like this yesterday. It was perfectly fine. But that was yesterday. Today's today, and you gotta deal with it, push through, and move on. And yeah, we're gonna have the Bengals and the Steelers coming up here on CBS. So, I mean, it's on my TV. It's just real fucking fuzzy. You can't really see shit. But I have it pulled up elsewhere, and they just took us from the NFL today. It might be, I don't know, a few seconds behind. Just normally that's how the live streaming, or, if you know, sites, are, like, they're just a little bit behind from the live real time. Obviously, there's always a 7-second delay from the game to the TV feed anyway, so might be a little bit more than that, but we're still going to watch this. Obviously, if, this somehow comes back on, on TV, like, as I have it on, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. If it comes back on, we'll unmute it and watch it on there, but currently and going to be watching it on a different platform, on a different device. And hey, what matters at the end of the day is still getting a chance to watch it, still hoping for a win. And it's not like we're having to settle to listen to it on the radio or can't watch it at all. So got to be, grateful, for that. So yeah, shout out to a certain site, and we'll have this Bengals-Steeler game kickoff here in a little bit. Now, I could be watching on CBS, which I am on TV. I could be watching on Paramount Plus. I could be watching, third party. Who knows? If you know, you know. If you're, smart enough to figure shit out. Yeah, So I'll leave it at that. Like I said, yeah, just can't make this shit up. If it ain't one thing, it's another. But we're still going to get a chance to watch this game, and I'm still going to have, some NFL Pittsburgh Steelers live play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube, audio only. Once again, here today because of the situation. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and listening. Yeah, these are going to be, in fact, my Bengals Steeler live play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. 1 o'clock kick in the 412 Steel City at Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium on CBS with Kevin Harlan and Trent Green on the call. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. But Pittsburgh's lost through the last 4 games, and another must-win game in the AFC North here against the Bengals. They're the first opponent out of the division that Pittsburgh's going to play twice this year. They won't play Baltimore until early December, and then also Week 18, and then they'll be in Cleveland taking on the Browns in between Christmas and New Year's. But yeah, just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Links once again in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks, always greatly appreciated. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123, that's Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts and resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Mercari, and Poshmark. Yes, you guessed it. HopeKThrifts, it's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off as well. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. So once you go check that out over on Amazon, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Links for Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry in the description below. I would normally say also be sure to scan the QR code behind me, but obviously black screen, audio only, because of the technical difficulties. One that I experienced on YouTube and have been experienced on YouTube, but the CBS issue for myself right now, with even NBC, Fox, and ABC as well. Like I said, it's all of those local channels being fuzzy and not working right, but every other channel is working perfectly fine as the Steelers take the field. But yeah, I normally say, be sure to scan the QR code behind me, but you can click the first top link in the description below. It's as good as a QR code, so be sure to do that if you haven't done so already, and then also hit the hype button if available on your YouTube screen. So yeah, Steelers hosting the Bengals here. It's the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday, November the 16th, 2025, as these two teams actually played 1 month ago today on Thursday Night Football. It was October the 16th, in which turnovers were the difference. And Cincinnati Bengals won on a game-winning field goal, even though Pittsburgh had a chance at a Hail Mary. It fell short, and then the Bengals beat the Steelers 33-31, your final score. And Pittsburgh Steelers, since they went on that mini bye, lost to the Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football. Before then, they beat the Indianapolis Colts in their last home game 2 weeks ago. Turnovers were the story in that game as well. But then they lost again in primetime last week to the Chargers. So 5-4 on the season. Still atop the AFC North, though. But still got to take care of business for us to sort itself out. Obviously, the schedule ain't going to get any easier, because if they continue to shit the bed down the stretch, you're going to be playing catch up, with obviously one less game to go each week, and then your backs are up against the wall and, you're fighting for your life. But they just got to one play at a time, one drive, one quarter, one half, one game at a time, go out and find a way to win it. Take care of business, try to sort itself out. Mike Tomlin said after the loss last week that we'll be back and we'll be better. So only time will tell about that. Hopefully they'll bounce back. Today, as mentioned, they've lost 3 of the last 4 games. They lost to the Bengals, lost to the Packers, beat the Colts, but then they lost to the Chargers. And then they host the Bengals here again today. So perfect for the AFC North. And we're on CBS. We'll have Kevin Harlan, Trent Green, and We Are Penn State, Melanie Collins on the call for CBS. As Rodgers just ran out of the tunnel. Jalen Warren's getting interviewed on the sideline. Obviously a DK Metcalf at wide receiver, but they still need somebody to step up at wideout. They need to get these tight ends more involved as well. But yeah, hopefully they bounce back today. Aaron Rodgers also said after last week's loss that this was not my best performance. I got to play better, than this for us to win. Well, yeah, clearly they looked like shit last Sunday night. So whatever it takes, find a way to win. In the meantime, the Bengals will kick off. So the Steeler offense will get the ball to begin the game. And the return, they're around the 21, 22-yard line, 5 seconds in. So it'll be 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. From there, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. But, they got to keep running the football with Jalen Warren, Kenny G, Kenneth Gainwell, and then, Caleb Johnson's getting some more touches each week. But someone has to step up at wide receiver. They got to get these tight ends more involved, from Pat Fryermuth to Jonnu Smith, who's really been non-existent. Darnell Washington, has really come on. They got to get him more involved. They pump fake on the screen, roll out. It's complete. DK Metcalf for about 4 yards to number 4. So 2nd down and 5 officially. They give him 5 on the pass and the completion. So 2nd and 5, 2nd and medium, 2nd and manageable still coming up here for the Steeler offense. But, get these tight ends more involved. From Fryermuth to Smith to Washington to Cam's little brother and Connor Hayward. Just drive and score. And then we'll talk about the defense here in a minute, but they have to play better, as well. But offensively, drive and score. They'll hand off to Warren. He gets 4, almost 5 yards. So, okay, they did only give him 4 yards on the opening play. It was 2nd and 6. It was 2nd and 6, and then they give him 5 yards there. So now it's 3rd and yard. It would be 1st and 10 if they obviously would have given him 5 yards, and they're 5 yards right now. But it's 3rd and short. Just convert, work the sticks. Like I said, drive and score. They'll sneak it and get the 1st down. So that's Pittsburgh's version of the tush push. Rodgers lines up as the safety valve, as if they're going to take a knee, with his hands in pockets, and then he signals 1st down after they get it. But yeah, they just use the big bodies off the snap. You get the hogs in there and let them go to work. Eat and get a 1st down. They do just that. And 1st and 10, Pittsburgh here, 33 with Washington in motion. They'll fake the run to Jalen Warren, roll out. Pass complete, 1st down. DK Metcalf out past the 40, 45. Pushed out of bounds around midfield. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. A few minutes in here. So they're starting to drive. They've gone 30 yards here in a couple of plays, but got to continue to maintain the momentum they have. Got to keep driving. Got to score. Take your points while you can get them, no doubt about it, but they also got to quit selling for 3 and score touchdowns. And, turnovers were very key in this matchup a month ago. From midfield, officially 1st and 10, they'll toss Jalen Warren. They'll cut back, get 3 yards, 2nd and 7 coming up. But yeah, Pittsburgh had a couple turnovers before halftime in that Thursday night game a month ago. And, Cincinnati had capitalized off of them. Pittsburgh did come back, took a 1.31-30 lead late, but then still too much time on the clock. They went and kicked the field goal. Pittsburgh, still got the ball back. Hail Mary came up to short, as mentioned, but turnovers ended up being the difference, regardless if it was a game-winning field goal or not, because they had points off of those turnovers. So you can't turn the ball over. Warren on the toss, going to cut back, out past the 30, 25, hurdles, kicks him a little bit at the 20, still going inside the 15, down to the 12. As the crowd comes alive, and here we go, Steelers, here we go, waving those terrible towels, and a big explosive play, but you got to capitalize off of it. You definitely got to, score points, but it starts up front. Exactly, you got to run the football. You got to be able to block to run the ball, block to protect. Don't get, special. Don't get tricky down in here. Just keep running the goddamn ball. Yeah, he wanted to hurdle him. But then he sort of kicked him and headbutted him in the meantime. And from the 12, they got 1st and 10. So they got 8 shots now to punch it in from the 12-yard line, because it's not goal to go yet. That won't be until the 2-yard line. But they'll toss again near side, and that's Gainwell for 2. He gets to, well, maybe a yard to the 11. But 2nd down. But yeah, you just can't turn the ball over, okay, and then expect to, still be in it, or let alone have a chance to win, because you're probably not. But yeah, you just can't turn it over. You can't. But like I said, we'll talk about the defense here in a minute, but they have to play better. They have to make stops, get the hell off the field. You can't allow them to, do what they want. But, you want to try to, force and capitalize off turnovers if you can. 2nd and 8, Gainwell on the reception. He walks in, touchdown Steelers. With 10-12 to play, they go 70 yards in almost 5 minutes and strike first with a passing touchdown from Aaron Rodgers. 8-1 here in Central PA, but we're in the 4-1-2 here for the Steelers home game today against the visiting Cincinnati Bengals out of the AFC North. As all these 1 o'clock games are officially underway. Had a 9:30 kick overseas this morning, but officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games on here at 1 o'clock, and the Steelers lead the Bengals 7-0 with 10-12 to play in the first quarter. So we'll update some stats in a minute, but hey, good thing they were able to capitalize off that big explosive play, able to keep the drive going, able to score, points, and it ended up being a touchdown and not a field goal. I mean, yeah, clearly you take points still, take them while you can get them if you need later on, but, they went and scored a touchdown, so they lead 7-0. The Steelers, I might add today, are a 5.5-point favorite, just as they were a month ago against the Bengals. Over-under is a little bit higher than what it was then at 44. It's 48.5 today. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Try to split with the Bengals this year, and to get to 6-4, especially with the Ravens, right on your tail and in the division, after Lamar Jackson's come back and they've won a few in a row. Whereas the Bengals and, Joe Flacco is in for the injured Joe Burrow, who very well could be returning sometime soon. We'll see. They have 3 weeks to activate him because he practiced the other day. But, yeah, you have the Bengal offense going to be on the field here next to this Steeler defense. Going to have to, make stops. But just good thing, like I said, they went and scored a touchdown. They're up 7-0. So we'll update some stats. But go on. Because remember, after that game a month ago, we had thought, well, very well, it could be a 2-horse race with the Browns out of it, Baltimore, losing as much as they were at that point in time. Lamar Jackson was injured. He since returned. They've gone a couple, game win streak now. But that, well, hey, it's going to come down to Steelers-Bengals potentially for the division. But then the Bengals have gone the other way. Baltimore's, come back, and Pittsburgh's, still there, but they've lost 3 or 4. Obviously they would have a, bigger lead, in the division right now. Just overall, from their win-loss record to their division record, if they would have, took care of business in a few of those games. But they didn't. It is what it is, so it's still there for the taking because they're still top of the division at 5-4 because they've only played, 2 divisional games. And remember, it was on a short week. They beat Cleveland at home, lost Cincinnati on the road that Thursday night a month ago. And then they don't play as they're playing the Bengals here again today. Hopefully you can split, but they don't play the Browns again until in between Christmas and New Year's, and they don't play the Ravens until the first week of December and then week 18. So it's still there for the taking. But they're 5-4, hosting the 3-6 Bengals. The Cincinnati returns the kickoff to around the 30-yard line. Joe Flacco in for Joe Burrow once again is making his 200th career start today. He obviously played at Pitt before he transferred to Delaware, but the Steelers know him well as he's played for now 3 of the 4 teams in the AFC North, minus the Steelers. You know, won a Super Bowl with Baltimore Ravens, was with the Browns a few different times, and now with the Cincinnati Bengals for the past month. We had 200th career start for him today, but I guess he's dealing with a sprained AC joint. So get after Joe Flacco, who has a winning record against the black and gold as well. So, I mean, he knows how to beat the Steelers. So the Steeler defense also knows him very well. They know how to get after him. They know what, he likes to do versus what he doesn't like. So it's stop the run, force pressure, capitalize off turnovers, feed off of this crowd. But the Steelers got to cover these wide receivers and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins as well. It's not like as Chase Brown makes the catch there, it's going to be third down though. They have a few injuries on defense. We'll get to those in a minute. They've made some moves, within the past week as well. But just get off the field here, defense. Okay? Just get the hell off the field. So it's 7-0 Pittsburgh. Going to try to get Cincinnati to go 3-0 to begin the game. For Pittsburgh, then offensively get the ball back and maybe go work some clock and, go drive and score and tack on to your lead. But that pass over the middle is complete for a first down, so they can't get off the field. This drive will continue. Yeah, they have, Chase Higgins. There's Andre Yoshevach. I mean, obviously, a couple Penn Staters for Flacco to throw the football to as well. Mitchell Tinsley, who came on in the preseason. Mike Gesicki at tight end, and they have Noah Fant also. He used to wear what colors the Steelers wear, black and yellow, black and gold at Iowa, but pass over the middle, incomplete. Joey Porter, speaking of Penn State, on Jamar Chase. So now 2nd and 10 from the 39. But yeah, this defense they got to play better. Mixed off, get the hell off the field. They do get the first down there, but it's still early. A lot of football to be played. It's a long game. You got to play full 60 though. Now we got a late whistle, play clock winding down, clock stoppage. They're going to reset the clock to 8 minutes and 18 seconds. They'll probably reset the play clock now as well. Yes, they do. So 7-0 Steelers here, 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bengals from the 39-yard line. Thanks for tuning in and listening. But yeah, we'll see here. Hand off up the middle, couple of yard run, so third down, and about 7. So can they get off the field? We'll see. But we'll update some stats in a minute as well once we have them. We're drive and a half, 2 drives into this game. But the field looks, all right on TV. I get Notre Dame and Pitt played, this time yesterday. But an empty set, 5 wide, 3rd and 6 coming up. That's a false start on left tackle on 75, but they'll let it slide. Cross over the middle, caught, another first down for Cincinnati in midfield. Back to Yoshevach. So they got to cover him too. Like I said, they have weapons to throw the football to, regardless of who the hell is playing quarterback for them. Like that's been the thing though, is their defense. Like they're always going to be in one of those shootout games. The Bengals are, just because their defense still ends up giving up exactly what, the offense did, if not, more. Hopefully less. Same thing with the Steelers. It's the thing, the Steelers defense, you just can't allow them to do what they want. You got to make stops. Whether they do or not, that's a different story. But yeah, Flacco took over for Burrow, who had foot surgery with a turf toe earlier this year, but he's since returned to practice. They have 21 days, 3 weeks to activate him. I think it's going to come down to what the record is, how they're playing. I mean, obviously it's Burrow's team, so if he wants to come back and they're going to allow him to come back, he's coming back to play, but he's not going to have to play against Steelers this year because this is the second game and they won't play again unless they meet the playoffs. Because remember, they met in Cincinnati like they do every year. Last year around the holidays, and then they played Week 18. It was that Saturday night game, and the Bengals were arguably one of the hottest teams in the NFL, but then because they lost as much as they did early on, they still missed out on the playoffs. Hand off on the run, first down inside the 30 to the 28. So they're picking up a couple first downs, here in a row now. And the Steeler defense backed up. So, gotta hope for a missed kick, get a turnover. Hold the 7-0 lead, probably 7-3, if not 7-7 here in a matter of minutes. But only time will tell, we'll see. But yeah, just what it is, what can you do? From the 28, 1st and 10. They just got to get stops. They got to get the hell off the field. They just can't get them in third and whatever it is and then give the first down. Because that's what they do. That's a hold. Thank you. Flag's thrown. Pass caught. Higgins. Touchdown Bengals in the meantime. But there is a penalty on the play. This is coming back. That's a hold. A hold on Pittsburgh. It's a hold on fucking Cincinnati. Illegal use of hands to the face, my ass, Bill Vinovich. Penalties declined because of the touchdown. So Flacco finds Higgins for 6, and they're an extra point away from a tie ball game here at 7 with 5:10 to play in the first. There's no way. That's holding on Cincinnati. But here we go. Pittsburgh shooting themselves in the foot with penalties now. And just, gave up a 25-yard passing touchdown. It's an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown. So they go 70 yards in, about 5 minutes as well, just like the Steelers did to begin this game, and also score a touchdown, and the extra point's good. So we're tied at 7 here with 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. So another penalty on the play. Jesus Christ. It's going to be one of those games I see. Penalty every goddamn play. But, personal foul. Roughing the snapper. Not the kicker, the snapper. So Cincinnati's now going to go for 2, so the extra point comes off the board. It's still 7-6. And the offense is going to trot back out to go for 2. They want it on the right hash or the left hash. Roughing the snapper. Where? Oh, on the snapper, not the holder. Okay. And the snapper's where? Still, where at? Like, there's no penalties. Those are no calls. But 3 penalties against the Steeler defense on that drive. The Bengals drive, extra point away from a tie ball game. They kick it because of another penalty. They decline it or take it, and they want to go for 2 now. Come on, defense, get a stop. So it's going to be a direct snap, and they won't get it, no. So it's 7-6. They hold the lead. It's 7-6, not 7 apiece. Remember, the extra point was good. We'd be tied at 7 right now, but the penalty didn't hurt Pittsburgh there, even though the first 2 did, because they still were able to drive and score. That third one didn't hurt at all. Clearly they could have, just took the 15 yards. It's going to be assessed on the kickoff. They'll kick off from midfield. Still touchback anyway, but then, they could, pin them in the landing zone, and, Pittsburgh has to return it, and then you play the field position game. But then they elected to take the extra point off the board, go for 2. Steeler defense on the direct snap stuffs them, and they hold the lead at 7-6. So we'll see if that 1 point comes back, into play a little bit later on here today or not. Very well could. It might not. Only time will tell. We'll see, but now these defenses, both defenses, need to, settle down and lock into this game, because they both just gave up 5-minute touchdown drives that went 70 yards apiece and resulted in touchdowns. The only difference is the Bengals decided to go for 2. Even though the extra point was good, they decided to go for 2 after the penalty, and they didn't get it. So it's 7-6. And the Steelers, once again, are 5.5 point favorites today, over under at 48.5. But some stats here for you. As we near the end of the first quarter, see what the Steeler offense can do when we come back. Rodgers 3 of 3, 32 yards, and the passing touchdown to Kenneth Gainwell, which was a 11-yard catch and run for 6. Jaylen Warren had the explosive 35-yard run on that touchdown drive as well. He has 3 carries, 43 yards. They snuck it, so Hayward has a sneak up the middle for 2. Gainwell carried for 1 yard. DK Metcalf, 2 catches, 21 yards. Kenneth Gainwell, 11-yard touchdown. And then Boswell's extra point, obviously, was good, but then it's the Bengals' first opening drive touchdown to begin a game since week 1. But Flacco, 5 of 6, 45 yards, has the passing touchdown there to T. Higgins on 28-yard catch and run for him. Chase Brown, 3 of 21 on the ground. Yoshivas, 2 of 18. Steelers on the kickoff return, 15 to the 18. So let's set up shop 1st and 10. But yeah, the difference in this game is the Bengals, answered and went and scored with a touchdown on their own. They kicked the extra point, it was good, decided to go for 2 because of the penalty, and didn't get it, so it's 7-6. And now Pittsburgh has the ball back with 5 minutes to play in this first quarter. So yeah, keep running the football, let Rodgers do his thing, but somebody's got to step with wide receiver and get these tight ends more involved. Just go drive and score again. But I mean, both defenses, just on the Steelers defense, but both defenses need to play better. Make stops, get the hell off the field. You just can't allow, your opponent to do whatever the hell they want. Still, turnovers, I think, are going to be a big key in this game today. I just do. They were a month ago. They've been in most of the Steeler games, so far this season. They'll toss to Jaylen Warren. He'll cut back for about 2, maybe 3 yards as they run the jumbo package. As Spencer Anderson, 74, was in motion. So, yeah, like I was saying earlier, wind's been real bad. It's been real windy. Central Western Pennsylvania in the past week or so. And, yeah, they're talking about the field condition. Like I said, Notre Dame Pitt played yesterday. College game day was in town. Fighting Irish, eat shit Pitt. We are Penn State. Beat the Panthers. And, I had snow on Veterans Day last Tuesday. Obviously, shout out to our troops, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you for your service. Steelers pick up a first down. In the meantime, with 4:09 and counting to play, 7-6 your score. But then, it did rain pretty good last night. Very rarely, hear about thunderstorms in, November. But that's what it did, and then it cooled down, and the sun was out a bit ago, flurrying a little bit. It's supposed to snow again tonight into tomorrow morning. Where exactly, how much exactly, that's still unknown. But
about, when he breaks the huddle,
yeah.
the first
So
thing he's looking at as we watch
field condition, wind, it's cold, like just football weather. You got to play through it though. So it's once again run the football, let Rodgers do his thing there. As that pass was incomplete, 2nd and 10. And hard count, Cincinnati just jumped offside, so first penalty against them be 5 yards, and replay 2nd down, be 2nd and 5. But yeah, somebody's got to step up wide receiver. I don't care if it's DK Metcalf. I don't know what's going on with Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I mean, they signed him in the practice squad, didn't, and then they signed him in the practice squad, and there still hasn't been any activity. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine in that regard, unless he shows up today. But DK Metcalf in motion, obviously they have Calvin Austin. He's okay, not that great. But if Roman Wilson would step up, okay, maybe have something there. But, I mean, time's just ticking away, like I said last week. Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson are more similar, more same type of wide receiver than they are not, especially with their trajectory of injured in their first full season and then trying to get back to it. And it's just taking time. And we know how the Steelers are with wide receivers. They, other than a few over the past, really just throughout time, they get them on their rookie deal and then they let them walk or they trade them. And they do it all over again. Like Hines Ward got a second contract, Antonio Brown got a second contract, but they went out and traded for DK Metcalf. Had George Pickens still at that point in time, but then they still decided to trade him to Dallas, and he's gone off with the Cowboys. But he was still going to be going into his last year, so they decided to get picks for him rather than production this year, which, you could look at it either way, but 4th and a yard, and they're going to go for it with this sneak tush push again, but I don't think he got it. Rodgers says first down, but I don't think he got it. So, yeah. And they give him the first down. All right. I didn't think he got it. I don't think anybody thought he got it, including Cincinnati. They might challenge this. Because, it would be a turnover on downs. Then Cincinnati has the ball on a short field in the Steeler territory at the 40-yard line. That's close. The thing is, with a spot ball challenge, as they will challenge, very rarely do you win that. So Cincinnati will challenge. It's 1st and 10. Pittsburgh in the meantime. Remember, the call on the field is first down. So they have to find indisputed evidence to return it. I don't know. They might have it. They might not. But, Cincinnati is going to challenge the first down spot. It was 4th and a yard, so if they do win it, it's turnover on downs. But if they lose it, Pittsburgh will maintain possession and keep the ball and have it 1st and 10 when we come back. So they'll take a break and we'll get back to the action, here in a minute. But that's the second time now they've ran that play today, on 3rd, 4th and a yard. They just let Rodgers stand back, and then they use Hayward to snap it, Cam's little brother and Connor, and then Darnell Washington also at tight end to push. And I don't know if he got that or not. It didn't look like it, but they gave him the first down. So you go with the call on the field, and it's a first down for the Steelers, but the Bengals just challenged. So once again, they have to find indisputed evidence to return it. We'll see. They might overturn it. They might win the challenge. Might be Bengal ball at the 40-yard line. Hopefully not, because then obviously they got a short field to work with, and then they're looking to go up 9-7, let alone 13-7. Because remember that extra point was good, but then they decided to go for 2 because of the penalty, and then didn't get it, so it's 7-6. I mean, they could still go for 2 again if they'd want to and be up, 14-7. But then if you don't get it, you're up 12-7 if you'd score. You just, play that 13-7, 13-10, 13-13 game at that rate. If it gets to that point, obviously. But, the Steelers go for it there on 4th down. We'll see what the call is when we come back. Remember, it was 1st down on the field. So you have to find a spit it to return it. Very rarely do they overturn spot of the ball challenges. But I get for the chain gang to this Hawkeye technology that they have now for, signaling 1st down that we've rarely seen this year. Like maybe a couple times earlier in the year, but not a lot. So back from break, we'll see what the call is here. But I was talking about the Steelers wide receivers, and we'll get back to that again here in a minute. But yeah, they traded for DK and then had Pickens, but they traded him. And that's why I said, like, you could still be getting production out of him, but they're not. He's doing that elsewhere in Dallas. So the challenge is won. No, it's not. It's unsuccessful. And it stands, and it's 1st and 10 for the Steelers. It looked like the Bengals were lining up to run a 1st down play, but then the Steeler offense was still out on the field. So it's 1st and 10. Pittsburgh now at 39 officially. Jonnu Smith in motion. They'll toss to Kenneth Gainwell. Get a couple yards. So obviously the Bengals lose the challenge. They're down to 1. If they would have won that, they would have got a 3rd. But because they lose that, they only have 1 left. They lose a timeout here this first half, as well have 2 left the rest of the first half with a minute and change to play in this first quarter. So, but yeah, somebody's got to step up wide receiver for the Steelers. Like I said, I don't care if it's DK Metcalf. They have Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, Skoronek's in motion. Scotty Miller's supposed to be back from his hand injury that he had surgery on. Over the middle, incomplete, intended for DK. Where's the fucking pass interference call? No, incomplete, 3rd and 8. I'm losing my voice. But we'll push through. We'll get something to drink here in a minute. But, yeah. That's fucking defensive holding. They called less than that on the Bengal touchdown. Like, what the hell? That's more of a penalty than the other one, was it? It's the thing with the officials. Call it down the middle. I don't have a problem with it. If you're calling it one-sided, I will. Freiermuth in motion. 3rd and 8, Pittsburgh from the 41. And then Rodgers complete. Calvin Austin to the 45, but he's going to be short. So now Pittsburgh's going to have to punt, play field position. And then, okay, I guess, even with that, just a couple plays later, like the Bengals are still going to get the football back, so their challenge, like it'd just be a field position, challenge basically. You get it with a short field compared to, still getting stopped. And then, you're going to have the ball. There's a 5-second difference between game clock and play clock, so they do have to snap it here on the punt. Corliss Waitman, left to right, booms it away. But yeah, Cincinnati's still going to get the ball back here. Fair catch at the 10. So, I mean, that is a 50-yard difference on the challenge. With them still getting the ball back, but because they challenged it, lost it, they lose the challenge, have 1 left the rest of the game, and they have 2 timeouts left this first half with 9 seconds to play in the first quarter. So, 1st and 10, Cincy when we come back at the 10-yard line. But, yeah, Pittsburgh at wide receiver, DK to Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, Ben Skoranek, Scotty Miller. I don't know what's going on with MVS. I don't. But just they don't use the tight ends a lot for whatever reason. I don't know. They got to get them more involved. But we'll talk about the offense again when they're back out there, back out on defense again. Just got to play better. You can't give up a fucking touchdown drive again. They held you. Now you got to hold them. But Cam Hayward passes Mike Webster today for his 221st career game as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Second now all-time, only behind Ben Roethlisberger. So we'll see if he will surpass that over the next couple of years. I don't know. I mean, that's another... I get you're playing 17 games, but... End of the first quarter, 7-6 Steelers lead the Bengals. Bengals got a couple of yards there on that first down play. So they'll switch ends. From the river to the hills, they'll be going from the hills to the river. And whatchamacallit, just, they'll have a second down to begin the second quarter and we'll come back. But, Cam Hayward to pass Roethlisberger, that's another probably 3 years. And, they've been thinking potentially he's going to be, or have, already retired, a couple times by now. But Cam Hayward's, got a couple different contract extensions and, been staying put, and still playing. So, I'll leave that at that. We're still watching this with a third party compared to on CBS because of the issues I discussed earlier. But, we'll see what happens here today. I mean, just one thing at a time, find a way to win. They got to get after Joe Flacco. They just can't allow him to, stand back there and pick him apart like he did in his second game as a Bengal on a short week, I might add, a month ago. Because remember, they couldn't cover Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and the rest of the wide receivers and tight ends, to save their life whatsoever. And then the penalties really just did Pittsburgh in on that. Last Bengal drive, gave them a touchdown. Luckily, they're, still up a point, 7-6. And it's not tied at 7 apiece. It would be 7 apiece if they would have just kicked the extra point, which they did, but remember the penalty, and then they decided to go for 2 to take an 8-7 lead, but they didn't get it, so it's still 7-6. But got to get after Joe Flacco, stop the run, force pressure, create and capitalize off turnovers, because turnovers are probably going to be the difference here again today, if I'd have to guess. And the Bengals are -5, whereas the Steelers are +6 in the turnover margin. So, but still at the end of the day, it's probably still going to be your typical Steeler game, with it being close and going to come down to the wire with the defense needing a stop. So, we'll see, but 7-6 at the end of one as we begin the second quarter. They'll run it up the middle on 1st and 10 for about 2 yards. Make it 2nd and 8. And then, we'll talk about some moves they've made within the past couple days since they last played a week ago, last Sunday night. So, they play last Sunday night, and then you're out west, so you got to travel back east, and then you play at 1 o'clock the following Sunday today. And then they go on the road next week. Like I said, the schedule isn't getting easier. It's not. They got to take care of business. 3rd and 4 from the 15. I thought it was 2nd down. It's still 1st down now here at the 24. I thought it was 2nd down to begin the second quarter. And they said it was 1st down, and then it was 2nd down and 8. But yet it was still 2nd down, so it got to 3rd and 4. And that pass still over the middle was still caught for a 1st down anyway, so it's 1st and 10 now, Bengals at the 24-yard line.
And then you see 41 dropping out here. And he's able to catch it underneath and work his way around.
So clearly they still can't cover Jamar Chase, who's in motion. 1st and 10, Bengals. Flacco in the gun, far side, high but incomplete, intended for Chase with Joey Porter on the coverage.
That is what you talked about. Chase called him a little bit handsy in the press this week.
He was covering. He was trying to point out what happened the first time and the amount of penalties that Porter's been called on, and Porter was just reminding him all the way back to the huddle how the outcome of that play went. You'll see him at the top of the screen there, just one-on-one up the sideline, just trying to take a shot. all in the play. So it's nice. We'll see that all day.
Bengal offense coming off of consecutive games, averaging 40 points.
Second and 10, Cincy. Over the middle, it's caught. But Yoshivash gets wrapped up by, 50, Malik Harrison, former Ohio State Buckeye, former Baltimore Raven, who's played very little this year for the Steelers defense. He's been injured, and I mean, just their depth they have off the edge and that linebacker. But they've been banged up with injuries, so then they've made some moves. Been more in the secondary, than anything. And we talked about most of all those a week ago. But 3rd and 8, Flacco going to avoid a sack. Throws it, balls in the air, it's incomplete. I don't know, is that a fumble? Don't tell me they're throwing roughing the passer on it. No way in hell. No way. Yeah, the ball was tipped, exactly. Personal foul. Oh, bullshit.
15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Well, it's because he drives him into the ground. You can tackle him. It's just...
Good God, come on. That's like, what, the 4th or 5th penalty that's going against the Steelers so far here today? And they've all been very questionable. So, crowd clearly pissed off, booing the hell out of these zebras. Rightfully so. Send them back to the goddamn zoo. Feed off of it, though, defense. Keep getting after them. I mean, that's just football. You're going to get hit. Stop the run. Keep getting after Flacco. If they want to bitch and complain, about this and that, fucking let them. But put it to them. Stop the run and get after them. And get a turnover here before too long. So, more boos, and rightfully so. I mean, these calls have all been one-sided. Just frustrating. They're saying it was roughing the passer because they drove him into the ground. That's not a penalty. Plus, it was tipped. There's no way in hell. No way in hell that's a penalty. But 2nd and 5, now I got a late whistle. Let's guess. Another penalty. Yeah, false start. Back them up.
False start. Offense 63. 5-yard penalty till second down.
It's on the rookie and a 3rd-round pick out of Georgia.
So 12:06 to play in the half. Still 7-6 here.
He landed on his left shoulder.
He landed on the left,
but
with
it's
the
the right
Watt.
that's going to continue to be an issue.
Yeah, well, and you got to remember that's where Watt landed, was on top of the right.
Yes,
So, I mean, even though it didn't get driven into
2nd and 10.
you still have the body weight of T.J. Watt landing on that injured right shoulder.
Well, they're coming off a bye, but he didn't start practice throwing until
From the 40.
Yeah, and he just wanted to try just to get a feeling of it, and it set it up pretty good.
And they'll hand off Chase Brown again. And Peyton Wilson with Patrick Queen on the stop. So they get those penalty yards back. It's going to be 3rd and 6, though. But yeah, the Steeler defense, like I was saying, we talked about the moves they've made recently, but then they also made some more moves this past week. They released Juan Thornhill, who wore 22 in the secondary. His playing time went down recently. Mike Tomlin said he wasn't playing up to snuff anyway, so take that for what it's worth. But then they claimed Sebastian Castro off of waivers, and then they also signed Asante Samuel Jr. to the practice squad. So 3rd and 6, Flacco going to go deep, and it's incomplete, intended for Jamar Chase with James Pierre on the coverage. And Pierre's really come on again, making a lot of plays in the secondary, especially with the injury they had to Deshaun Elliott, obviously moved Jalen Ramsey. But they have depth, and that's what I was saying with, even though move-wise, maybe they weren't splashy or, whatever the case may be, with the trade deadline recently, as the Bengals will punt. So, okay, to begin the game, both teams went and scored touchdowns. But then since then, both teams have punted on their next 2 drives. 2 total drives, 1 apiece. So still 7-6, 10:49 to play in this first half. Steelers ball when we come back after the touchback on the punt. 1st and 10 from this 1. 10:49 to go in the half. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning.
All right, team, listen up.
Go run the ball. Go work
Secret's
clock.
out. Everyone knows.
Go score here.
About Rakuten.
Obviously, the Bengals are going to get the football back to begin the second half. So, 3rd time might be a charm here.
Yes, but you're still special.
Go get some points.
You've
I mean,
got the
yeah,
pointy ears.
kick a field goal if it comes down to it. 4-point lead, 4-point lead is bigger than 1, but you still got to score touchdowns. Thank God they did. I get the defense still gave up the touchdown, but then they're lucky to be up a point, 7-6, because of, the extra point that was good, but the Bengals won for 2, didn't get it. So it's 7-6. Both teams have punted on their respective drive since. So yeah, back to CBS as I'm watching on a third party here today because of, sorry for the interruption of service. There is no need to call us. We're aware that this TV station is temporarily unavailable and will have this channel back as quickly as possible. It's been saying that since fucking 8 a.m. It's 2 o'clock. So it's just the local channels, as I stated earlier. They're all fuzzy. They were working fine yesterday, last night. Wake up this morning. Local channels are not working whatsoever. But everything else, every other channel is working perfectly fine. I was able to watch the NFL International game this morning on NFL Network, for God's sakes, and the picture was clear as can be. But you know what picture is also clear as can be right now? Other than the black screen that you're looking at, hence why it's audio only because of the situation we're in today, is the game I'm still watching with the Steelers hosting the Bengals, up 7-6 here, 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. So yeah, shout out to fill in the blank on a certain site. Like I said, there's ways to get away and around it. You gotta work the system basically. From CBS to Paramount Plus to the internet. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 1st and 10 when we come back. But yeah. No, but the Steelers, they've made a lot of practice squad moves recently. As they're getting their depth, where they want it to be. Especially as we, move forward and just keep playing them this long, season that it is. But then it's still, execution is another just totally different thing. Like they still need production, they still need execution. Warren on the screen, he gets almost 7 yards. So 2nd and 3.5, 4. But from the Unk Bowl 1 to the Unk Bowl 2 today, got Flacco, who has a winning record against the Steelers, up against Rodgers, who's in his first year with the Steelers. Remember, they played a month ago. Bengals won 33-31. Another close one here right now, 7-6. Toss it. Warren, about a yard, maybe. So 3rd down, see if they can convert, see if they can, keep this drive going, work some clock. Like I just stated, go drive and score, go up 10-6, 14-6. Because the Bengals, they could double dip before halftime, coming out of the half into the third quarter and be up a couple scores, potentially. If the Steelers don't do anything here. So from the 27, 3rd and 3. And Rodgers deep, far side, Metcalf incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. God damn. So now back to the defense, gonna have to rely on them and, obviously hope to get some stops. You got to play through the, officials, with all the penalties they're calling against you, whether it's a penalty or not, they still called it. Clearly don't agree with them, but you still got to make plays. You still got to go out and get some stops. So
Second consecutive punt by the
They want
Steelers,
to
who
be that way, then let them. You know, just show who's boss and who's in charge. Fair catch signal for them, they'll let it bounce, and then Pittsburgh will down it at the 26. So it'll be 1st and 10 Bengals from there. 1st and 10 when we come back. But yeah, I mean, it's AFC North football. What do you expect? It's going to be a hard-fought, physical game. Everybody in the division hates each other. From Pittsburgh to Baltimore, Pittsburgh to Cleveland, to Pittsburgh to Cincinnati, and vice versa. Just do. So, still early. I get under 10 to play now in the second quarter, but you have a lead at 7-6. It's a hot start, and then they're slowing down, which is really unusual because normally it's a slow start and then they'll pick up some steam before halftime. And then get momentum going into half. And I mean, they've had a lead in 2 of the last 4, which were both home games. They trailed at halftime at Cincinnati and also the Chargers last week. Lost both those games. Had the halftime lead on Sunday night a couple weeks ago against Packers and then blew it. But then 2 weeks ago in the last home game, they had the lead at halftime and then maintained momentum and, all the turnovers they got and points off turnovers, found a way to win. So, they have a 7-6 lead here. Obviously, got to continue to get stops on defense, but are they going to have a lead at halftime? Are they not? They have momentum. We'll see. It's still early. A lot of football to be played. Ain't over till it's over, but it's just, like I said, it's just a typical Steeler game. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire. Might even come down to another game-winning field goal for all we know, like it did a month ago. I don't know. We'll see, but yeah, just got to get a stop on defense. 7-6. And as the wind is blowing, I mean, had the 2 extra points that were good, 7-6 though, because they decided to go for 2. Nobody's kicked the field goal though, so yeah, we'll see. But then inactives today, they're all on the defensive side for the Steelers. As quarterback, rookie QB Will Howard out of Ohio State, he was activated. He is the emergency 3rd-string quarterback today behind Rodgers and Rudolph. So he is dressed, but will only play unless they both get hurt. But yeah, Alex Highsmith, Cole Holcomb, Darius Slay out injured for the Steelers here today. As the sun comes out, 1st and 10, over the middle, it's incomplete. 10 for Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey with a big hit and some trash talking. So keep it up. Keep fucking hitting them. But clearly, as always, we'll recap, preview stats and scores coming up at halftime. So keep hitting them. Keep getting after them. Show them, like I said, who's in charge. They want to get away with, penalties that should have been no calls, pissing you off. Keep fucking hitting them. 2nd and 10, delay a game, back them up, be 2nd and 15.
5-yard penalty till 2nd out.
How he hits up Flacco so far.
Well, this one lands on that right shoulder, the one that's injured. Here's the hit. They call roughing the passer. He lands, but he lands on the left shoulder, but the right shoulder was up in the air when Watt landed on top of him, and you could see him kind of grimacing and checking that shoulder out. So as this game moves forward, that's just something we'll have to keep an eye on.
So 2nd and 15, 9 minutes to go. And it's incomplete. So 3rd and 15 coming up.
On that shallow cross, and it's 3rd and 15. Mims a little hobbled after that play.
Well, it's Herbig that's going against Brown on the left side or the back side Chase. They're trying to wall him off. But the reason that ball goes in the ground is Herbert's
So big third down here, 3rd and 15.
and turn his body, cause that ball to just yank into the ground.
Flacco, 7 of 12.
And Flacco over the middle caught, but going to be short of the marker at the 30, so that it'll be 4th down, they'll punt. Steelers going to get the ball back
First round pick
with,
by the
you know,
Broncos.
about 8 and change to play here.
And the hit, 4th and 8, punting in and out there for Cincy.
Well, that's how you have to do it, Kevin. When it's 3rd and extra long like that, drop back, especially this part of the game, this early in the first half. You know you're just going to rally up and make a tackle, and they were firm with the tackle that time.
Rico, who is the number 1 gross punter in the NFL, number 8 in net, and deep back is Calvin Austin.
So the Bengals will punt. Steelers will field it around the 12, 15, 20, 23, 24-yard line. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh with 8:14 to play from there. Up 1-7-6.
It was a 59-yard punt with 8:14 to go here in the first half.
But, yeah, we'll take a break, and we'll get back to it. But I'll be damned. Guess what just came back on TV? The fuzziness is gone. We don't need to watch on a third-party site anymore. We're clear. And still, 1st and 10 Steelers here. With 8:14 to go in this first half. It is 7-6. We are live, and we're at a commercial break, so we're not missing anything. It took them fucking 6 hours, maybe even longer than that. I don't know officially when, you know, it had went out, say, overnight into this morning. But when I got up this morning, all the local channels were fuzzy. But everything else is working once again perfectly fine. And everything else still is working perfectly fine. So it was just in the area with the local channels, they weren't working. Even though they're on and running, real fuzzy. You couldn't really see anything. And if you had the volume on, it would be, you know, glitching. So now back from break. I'll be damned. It's 1st and 10 Steelers, 7-6 with 8:14 to play in the half. You've got 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. After 2 opening drive touchdowns, it's been punt, 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 punt by both teams. And they show off the heaters with as cold as it is and as windy as it is. But with Skoranek in motion, 1st and 10 Steelers from the 23, handoff Jalen Warren. He's going to lose a yard or two, so 2nd and long. But I'm still going to keep this up on where I was watching it at in case something, you know, goes sideways again. But no, we're back up and running smooth. Like, I don't know what the issue was. They knew about it because they kept showing that graphic, like, hey, there's no need to call us, and, you know, we know there's a problem, like, we're trying to get it fixed. And because, believe me, I even troubleshooted on my end, like, it was something, you know, here at the house, but no, it was fucking CBS and the local CBS station. Freiermuth on the catch and run, gets a 1st down for the Steelers out past the 40. Another big explosive play for the black and gold offense. So we'll see here if they can maintain the momentum they have, drive and score as they did on the opening drive after that big run by Jalen Warren, and, you know, extend their lead now. Yeah, just a simple dump off in the flat. And then Freiermuth cut and got upfield and got a 1st down, and it's 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 41. And Freiermuth had a big game against the Bengals a month ago, I might add, as well. Fake the run to Warren, or Gainwell, excuse me. Rodgers going to roll out. Step up, and it's incomplete over the middle, intended for Jonnu Smith at midfield. So, incomplete, 2nd and 10, 6:37 to play in the half. But yeah, we're in the clear. We're good on CBS now after all the issues earlier. Still audio only, and we'll roll with that the rest of the day. Just once again, thanks for tuning in. And listening, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. He had fucking 2 guys open over the middle. And didn't see Smith until late. But from the 41, 2nd and 10. Low snap. Rodgers avoids a sack. Pump fakes, and then he does go down on the sack of the 30. So it's now going to be 3rd and a mile. God damn it. So this drive's probably dead. 3rd and 21 officially. They'll probably either run and draw or fucking screen and have to punt. So Bengals are still going to get the ball back. I mean, credit to the defenses. I mean, like I said, it was opening drive touchdowns on both sides. Needed the defense to, settle down, settle into the game, and start locking in, locking down. And they have. It's been punt, 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 punt ever since those, 2 opening drive touchdowns. So from the 30, 3rd and 21 for Pittsburgh. Play clock 3, 2, 1. They'll get it off. Rodgers going to step up, complete. Darnell Washington hurdles, gets to the 44, maybe the 45, but he's still going to be a good, 5, 6, 7 yards short. So, I mean, okay, it works out with, you're still going to punt, clearly, but field position, you can pin them deep now compared to punting from where you were at, and then they still get the ball with, say, 30, 40-yard line. Like, hopefully you can pin them inside the 20, even the 10 right now. If you're lucky enough, we'll see. But yeah, 4th and 7, Pittsburgh from the 45. Waitman on to punt. And it'll be fielded to the 12 and returned to the 18. So there you go. 6-yard return, still inside the 20 on the punt. And 5:01 to go in the half. Bengals ball 1st and 10 when we come back with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. As it's 7-6. And it's been 7-6 since 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Because both offenses went on 5-minute, 70-yard touchdown drives to begin the game. Difference is the extra point that was made, taken off the board because they decided to go for 2, didn't get it. It's been 7-6 since. So 7-6 and a bunch of punts since. 5:01 to play in the first half. Bengals ball 1st 10 when we come back. Thanks for tuning in and listening. As mentioned, host of Encyclopedia Sports, go on Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Be sure to scan the QR code, but because it's audio only, click the first top link in the description below, and then hit the hype button if available on your YouTube screen. See if the defense get a stop here before halftime. It's 1st and 10, Cincinnati, the 18-yard line. 7-6, once again, your score. First and 10, they'll hand off. Chase Brown, Jack Sawyer, Cam Hayward, a couple other Buckeyes on the stop. So 2nd and 8. And Flacco going to roll out, dump it off on a screen to Chase Brown for another 2, maybe 3 yards, so 3rd down, but can the defense get off the field? Get the ball back with some time and timeouts. And 2-minute warning to go score before halftime. Big 3rd and 6 coming up. Come on, defense, get off the field. Let's go. Flacco, it's complete. 1st down, so they can't get off the field. The Bengals will continue to drive here. Down a point. 3.5 to play. They still got their 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well. Just as I said, as soon as they get in 3rd and whatever it is, they can't get off the field. They just can't. Flacco avoiding a TJ Watt sack. Pass incomplete as he rolled out near side and threw out of bounds. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Keep getting to him. So 2nd and 10, 2:48 to play in half. Come on, defense, get off the field. Get off the field. Hand off on a draw. And Brown for 3, maybe 4. 3rd down, but same situation was just a minute ago on 3rd down. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. They can't get off the field. So 3rd and about the same now. Can they get off the field? We'll see. Probably not, but can hope. From the 41, 3rd down. And Flacco looking to throw. And over the middle, it's almost picked off. Incomplete, 4th down. They'll punt. Pittsburgh can get the ball back. Still 2 and change to play here. We have yet to hit the 2-minute warning. But it's 4th down. Steelers get the ball back with 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts, up 1, 7-6. But CBS might be having some issues now with their scoreboard graphic because it's disappeared. So I can't tell you a time. Now I can. 2:03. So there must have been an issue with the connection with the clock and the graphic because they have the. Don't pick that up. Put that fucking roll in the end zone. Jesus Christ, that's a good 12-yard difference. But then they also cut it down to the 1. No, but the time is the graphic. The font is different. So you know there's something wrong with that. Steeler ball now after the Bengal punt. It's still 7-6. It's been 7-6 since 5 minutes ago in the first quarter. We got under 2 minutes now to play in the first half. So technically this is the 2-minute warning. And Pittsburgh's going to have a 1st and 10. Ball around the 10-yard line with a ways to go. Still have 3 timeouts, but they got to go drive and score here before half. You know, if you don't do anything, just make sure they don't do something. Obviously, Cincinnati's going to get the ball back to begin the second half, so yeah. Go get in field goal range, go kick it. You know, we haven't talked about the serial killer, the Wizard of Boz, Chris Boswell, just yet. But if they can get in field goal range for him, kick it, take your points. You don't know what you're going to need later on, especially in a one-point game right now. You know, it's still 1 score, and still will be 1 score if you kick it. But then if you, you know, do score and you're up 8, yeah, I still get us 1 score, but 8's bigger than 4, let alone 1. And a lead's a lead, especially if you're making stops on defense and getting the ball back, and then you're running the ball and working clock, and then you're just going to find a way to win. So we'll see what they do, if anything at all, here before halftime, and then we'll go from there. But coming at halftime, we'll recap, preview what's going on in the NFL here, have some stats and scores, and then we'll get into the second half. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But yeah, CBS is back up and running. Had to watch the first quarter and a half elsewhere via third party. But about, I don't know, 15 minutes or so ago, 2 o'clock, just magically disappeared. The fuzziness went away. So we're on CBS and still tied still 7-6. We were tied at 7, but remember, they decided to go for 2 and didn't get it, or else we would be tied at 7. But 1 point's 1 point. I'll take the 1-point lead. But it's been punt since, you know, like I said, 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh here. Up 1, 7-6, 1:51 to play in the first half. And they have all 3 timeouts. See if they can go get some points. So 1st and 10, officially at the 7-yard line. They'll toss it, and Gainwell might have got back to the line of scrimmage. So Cincinnati, their 2 timeouts. How do you get a personal foul face mask called against the fucking offense? I mean, seriously. It's just stupidity. They're shooting themselves in the foot with all these damn penalties. Whether they're good penalties or not, they're still getting called, so they're still going against them. So I think Cincinnati wanted to call a timeout. I do. But because of the penalty, the clock stops. And it's 2nd down. And, you know, yeah, half the distance. And then Cincinnati's still going to try to get the ball back here with timeouts. It's 2nd and 10. But, yeah, they're going to get the ball back. They're hoping to, at least, with some, you know, good starting field position to go do something themselves before halftime. From the 7, 2nd and 10, handoff. Warren up the middle, and he'll bulldoze for about 5. 3rd down. But, yeah, that penalty just saved Cincinnati a timeout. And now the Bengals will call a timeout. It's 3rd and 4 for the Steelers coming up. So 3rd and 4, 1:37 to go in the half. Get 4 yards, 5 yards. And then you can do what you want. Rodgers going to avoid a sack. Roll out, gonna tuck it and run, go. And he does run out and slides out past the 20. And they'll get a first down. He signals first down. Very subtle, but first down Steelers. And now Cincinnati's not going to stop the clock. They only have one timeout to do so, even if they'd want to. They're not going to. They're going to let this clock run now. Just smart. Like Pittsburgh, though, with 1:05 and counting, still 3 timeouts, but they still got a ways to go. Rodgers, far side. That's pass interference. Come on, he tackled him. Finally, Jesus Christ, took him fucking forever to throw the penalty. He tackled him. That's a pass interference. Pass interference defense. Should be a spot foul. Automatic first down. Thank you, Bill. That's PI. But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at that spot. Ball 33-yard line. Up 7-6 here. And Rodgers incomplete. 10 for Freiermuth. Got another penalty in the secondary. And now we're going to get another pass interference. But this might be against the Steelers. So a makeup call. Come on. I don't know about that. First and 20, Pittsburgh from the 22. Rodgers dumps it off. Hits Gainwell right in the hands, and he drops it incomplete. 2nd and 20 with 51 seconds. But guess what? Another penalty on the play. And now we got a roughing the passer on the defense. So 15 yards, automatic first down. Just penalty after penalty after penalty to go along with all the punts we've had. Yeah, they went low on him. So 1st and 10. We've had 9 penalties this first half. 5 against the Bengals, 4 against the Steelers. That have been accepted. We've had more than that called, but those have been accepted. From the 38, 1st and 15. Still 51 seconds and 3 timeouts. Over the middle, caught. Darnell Washington. Oh, boom, big stiff arm. Out past midfield, still rolling down the near sideline. And then, oh, big play. Just a big play for a big man. Darnell Washington, 10 foot tall and about 1,000 pounds of, yeah, stiff arm, get the hell out of my way. And boom, lower the shoulder. Still going. He never stepped out. And then he puts him on his ass, and they're in field goal range now, I might add. That's a big play and a big spark. Just get out of my way. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's the Unk Bull. That's the, uncle boozed up playing against the kids at the family reunion and the backyard football game. Or Turkey Bowl coming up on Thanksgiving. That's what Darnell Washington just did to the 3 Bengal defenders. He moved out of the way. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. 34 seconds. I believe somebody called a timeout. We have a split screen commercial here, so we'll get back to the action shortly. As Boswell is starting to warm up on the sideline. Darnell Washington, get the fuck out of my way. Just... yeah, he never stepped out. Stiff arm, still rolling, lowered the shoulder, and then a little push. That completion officially will go down for, get the yardage here for you in a minute. I mean, that's how the touchdown drive went. They had a big explosive run play. You know, did have a explosive pass play on one of those punt drives, but they stalled out. Big pass play here to get them first and 10 to 19. Yeah, timeout Steelers. So they have 2 left, 35 seconds here. First and 10, Rodgers looking to throw, dumps it off on a screen, it's incomplete. So 2nd and 10 with 30 seconds now to play in the first half. And another penalty on the play. Guess what? Who would have thought that? Personal foul, another roughing the passer against the Bengals. 15 yards, automatic first down. Be half the distance, actually. Still first down, Pittsburgh. But yeah, that Darnell Washington catch and run went for 31 yards as he took out a defender every 3 yards, or 10 yards, excuse me. Took out 3. Yeah. Rodgers, another roughing the passer. Be first and goal, Pittsburgh. Up a point, 7-6 here, 30 seconds to go in the half. Still got 2 timeouts, so, I mean, that's a lot. So ball at the 9. They're about to hopefully go the distance and score here before halftime. Come on, boys. You got to punch this in. First and goal from the 9. And they'll pitch it. Gainwell has a receiving touchdown. He gets 2 yards. Timeout, timeout, timeout. You got 2 of them to use. Timeout, timeout. Timeout Steelers with 25 seconds. Because you remember, he stayed in bounds, so the clock winds. They're going to wind that clock. But be 2nd and goal from about the 7. They started this drive at the 7. Now they're at the Bengals 7, up 7-6. 25 seconds, both teams with timeout. But they got to score. You got to score. I mean, I'll still take 3 if it comes down to, but you need a touchdown. You need to fucking score another touchdown here and go B. So 2nd and goal, Pittsburgh from the 7. And Rodgers going to avoid a sack and then just throws it in the back of the end zone. Caught, but he wasn't in. Gainwell made a tremendous catch, spectacular catch in the back of the end zone as Rodgers got rocked again. But Gainwell, you could tell he wasn't in. Even though he caught it, he's out of bounds. So 3rd and goal from that spot. Rodgers holding his left wrist. Play clock's winding down. And timeout Pittsburgh. So now that's their 3rd and final timeout. You got to make sure you either throw it out of bounds or you get in the end zone because the clock's going to run, or you can get on and, run the field goal unit on. But Rodgers is holding his left wrist after just getting rocked there on that hit. And how he landed on it, yeah. You can tell he's in pain. Yeah. But 3rd and goal. Yep. From the 7, 3rd and goal, Pittsburgh. Remember, they have no timeouts. So clock's going to run if you get tackled in bounds. Rodgers, they'll throw a fade, and it's incomplete. 10 for Roman Wilson. So 4th and goal, they'll have to kick the field goal. So from the 7 to the 7, and they're not going to get 7. They're going to have to settle for 3. But, hey, a 4-point lead is better than a 1-point lead. Field goal here for the Steelers. Chris Boswell's kick is good. Steelers lead the Bengals now 10-6 with 10 seconds to play in the first half. Rodgers is going to go into the locker room early. I think he'll be all right, but you could tell he was in pain. You could tell he was in pain. He was really holding his left wrist. So, we'll see. So the Steelers kick off. Bengals on the kickoff return. And they get to the 30 with 4, make it 3 seconds left. So if they want to chuck it deep, all right. You know, Flacco can throw Hail Marys. But, you know, they might just take a knee here. But Cincinnati's still going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, they're just going to take a knee. Okay, so we at halftime with the Steelers leading the Bengals 10-6. And like I said a little bit ago, from the 2 road losses over the past 4 weeks, they've lost 3 or 4, but the 2 road losses, they were down at halftime. They were down at the Bengals. They were down at the Chargers. And from the Packers Sunday night game 2 weeks ago, they were up at halftime. And then they're up 2 weeks ago in their last home game against the Colts, also at halftime. But the Packer game, they blew it. 2 weeks ago, they didn't. They maintained the lead and found a way to win. So now, once again, you got to split with the Bengals. You got to find a way to win here today. Get the 6-4, still be atop the AFC North. Split with Cincinnati, as mentioned. Okay. The lights just flickered. Power did not go out. Like I said, it's been storming. It's been more windy than anything. All right, yeah, so because of that, the internet has gone out, but we should be still good here live on YouTube because we're saying it's connected. But we might not be. God damn it, it's always something. Well, at least it's halftime. But I don't know if we're still... I get the internet just went out because power flickered. Like, that's the thing around here. It's like you get a windstorm like this. Can't do anything about it. It just goes out until it comes back on. For anybody listening, can you hear me? Yeah, we're still rolling live on my end, even though, like I said, it's saying it's disconnected. It's also saying it's connected. So, well, which one is it? So now I got to wait this out. And that just threw a wrench into a halftime report. It's always something, man. I tell you fucking what. If it ain't one thing, it's another. My fucking life, I tell you what. Alright, now we're still connected, sort of, it looks like, I guess. And connected and rolling. Hit that thumbs up button if you can hear me. It says the chat's unable to reconnect though because it disconnected. That does its own thing, so if it's out, it's out, even though it's on. Like I said, shit doesn't make sense. Yeah, but then we're good on that end. And it looks like we're good on this end. So we'll update some stats here for you in a minute. We're sitting at halftime. Steelers lead 10-6 over the visiting Cincinnati Bengals. But I was talking about maintaining momentum. They had leads in their last two home games, and they blew it against the Packers, held on to win against the Colts. But turnovers are still going to be key in this game, I think, and points off of turnovers. So we'll see. Yeah, of course, it's always something. Let's just shoot me while you're at it. So we'll get back to the action here in a minute. I might actually just end this stream and restart it, pick it back up, just to be safe. But I also might just keep it rolling. I haven't decided yet, but I got to make a decision here soon. But the thing is, like, normally, if it's buffer, disconnect, reconnect, it'll come back on. But when it says it is not connected at all, that's when I know I have a problem. But it's still saying it's connected in full. And we're still rolling. Like nothing's, yeah. Is what it is, but we're still rolling. All right. And, well, the main thing was at the start, CBS was all along with my local stations this morning. They're fine yesterday. Everything was fuzzy. All the other channels were working fine, but it was local channels. So we had to watch the start of this game, first quarter and a half or so, third party, and then it, like I said, I'll be damned, it came back on. So we're on TV, on CBS, watching, but still audio only here. And then, perfect timing, I guess, for the wrong reason, because of how windy it is, and rainy and snowy. I don't think weather's going to play a factor in this game. We talked about the field earlier after Notre Dame Pitt yesterday as well. Players are making plays. Defenses are playing better than the offenses in this first half. Even though there's been 16 points scored. I mean, the difference is that extra point they decided not to take and went for two and didn't get it. Or else it'd be, 7-7, let alone 8-7, or, 10-8, but it's 10-6. But, yeah, the fucking power flickered, but it didn't go out. Yeah, the TV shut off. We're back up. And then, of course, because everything's connected one way or another, it took the internet a minute to reset. Which, that's just technology. It's good while it sucks when you need to be good, and you got to let it do its thing. You know, its hands are tied, out of your control. But that's why I just wanted to make sure this was still rolling and connected. Because there's a couple different ways to just not look at it, but to get through it. And then I gotta, so you guys understand, talk it out. So we're good though. So here we go, Steelers, here we go. And as mentioned, sort of perfect timing because we're at halftime. Nothing's going on. We're not missing anything. But yeah, Pittsburgh leads 10-6 here at halftime. Bengals going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Steelers got to keep running the football. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay with his left wrist. Mason Rudolph to back up. Emerging third-string quarterback today is the rookie quarterback out of The Ohio State University. And Will Howard, who transferred from Kansas State to Columbus, won a national championship last year with the Buckeyes. He's a Pennsylvania kid from Philly. Wanted to go to Penn State and went to Kansas State because at the time, James Franklin, who's since been fired by Penn State, didn't want him, but then he transferred to Ohio State and then, won the national last year. Will Howard is the emerging third-string quarterback here today, but will not play. He's dressed, but will not play unless both quarterbacks ahead of him get hurt and will not return to play. That's the only way he plays. But they at least activated him because if not, then he was going to be on IR for the rest of the year. Because remember, he got hurt in the preseason, didn't play, and has been out since. And they activated him off of whatever official list he was on. And he's on the roster now moving forward. So he can play down the stretch if they need him to. So he's going to get more reps in practice. And I mean, it was a good decision to do what they did. It's a good decision to make some of the moves they've made practice squad-wise, as well. Just for the depth perspective, I get execution's another thing, but Will Howard, for them to get a clearer look, is he going to be in the rotation of, okay, he could be a quarterback for us moving forward. You just don't know. I mean, that's all talk because he hasn't played at all since the national championship game last year. He hasn't. He's practiced, he's gotten reps so they can see that, but in game, that's totally different. And was hoping to see him in the preseason, but then he got hurt, the hand injury. And, being hurt sucks. Clearly, losing sucks. They're trying to snap 3 of the last 4 losing streak. And, just hopefully Rodgers is okay, long story short. He went in the locker room early. I think he'll be all right, but they got some time to buy with the few seconds that Cincinnati got the ball back there before halftime. All they did was take a knee anyway, but then you still have halftime, but then the Bengals are still getting the ball back to begin the second half. So, the Steeler offense ain't going to be out there for a little bit. So, just buy some time for Rodgers to be okay. And he ain't going to want to go out like that. Like, he'll be out there. He'll be all right. But, Rudolph to back up if not, and then Will Howard to play if they both get hurt. But, haven't even seen Will Howard in a real game in the NFL just yet. So, you just don't know. Mike Tomlin interview coming out of half, see what he had to say before we update some stats and scores. Rodgers is being evaluated. So get Mason Rudolph ready to go. So says Mike Tomlin. Oh, God. I mean, Thanksgiving's what, a week from Thursday? Christmas right around the corner. So, yeah, hey, Rudolph, your red nose. Let's get the Steeler offense shining bright. Go score some points. That is huge news. Rodgers potentially injured. You could tell he was in pain. But the one main thing they can help this offense out with, regardless who's playing quarterback, is the run game. So run the goddamn ball. Jalen Warren, Kenneth Gainwell, Caleb Johnson maybe, but then run that screen game. And then get these tight ends involved. Throw down the middle of the field. So Rudolph is warming up on the sideline. As he's back in Pittsburgh, after he was drafted out of Oklahoma State, backed up Roethlisberger for a long time, and then went to Tennessee last year. As Pittsburgh had, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, but now back to back up Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers being evaluated. So hopefully he's okay. But if they got to roll with Mason Rudolph, and then we were just talking about Will Howard, maybe Howard before too long is going to end up playing. Who knows? But be 1st and 10, Cincinnati here off the Steeler kickoff, as Trent Green is loving it for Ben Skoranek because he's related to him. Sisters, his wife's sister's son, I believe is what he said. Oh, Jesus Christ. So Cincinnati with the run, and a big run that is, out past midfield into Steeler territory around the 40-yard line, give or take. First play of the fucking second half. Chase Brown takes off and was almost into the end zone. Yeah, starts up front. Good block. Got to get off that block, though. And then missed tackle by Joey Porter. And then I believe Jalen Ramsey was the one who pushed him out. So from the 41-yard line, 1st and 10 now, Cincinnati. And Flacco going to avoid a sack, dumps it off. Complete. Noah Fant, I believe. They'll get a couple there, be 2nd down and 6. But yeah, they'll go over some stats. We'll update those in a minute, since we didn't get to them at halftime in full because we were dealing with other shit. But looks like every 1 o'clock game is, other than 1 or 2, early third quarter now as well. So coming out of the half for a couple of the others. A couple good games on here at 1 o'clock. Called close one-score games as well. But 1st and 10, Cincinnati. Hopefully Rodgers is okay. That's the main thing right now. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers is A-okay. But if not, it's Mason Rudolph. And then I was saying earlier, too, about turnovers. You can't turn the ball over, especially with a backup quarterback. We can help out the run game, but then if you're going to have a backup quarterback here today, and who knows for how much longer, this defense really going to have to step up and get stops and get turnovers themselves. So over the middle, it's incomplete. 10 for T. Higgins, 2nd and 10. 12:47 to play in the third quarter. Remember, I get both teams have all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning with 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter coming up still as well. But remember, the Bengals challenged and lost it, so they have 1 challenge left. If they would have won that, they would have got a 3rd to use, but they lost it, so they have 1 left. If that comes into play, don't know, but just saying. But yeah, Steeler defense got to help out. From the 30, 2nd and 10. And Flacco, incomplete. 10 for Fant. Higgins was also there. I don't know who that was initially 10-4, but a little miscommunication with really on who was supposed to catch it. Almost picked off as well, but it's incomplete. Pass complete, and Jamar Chase gets 4, maybe 5. They'll have to kick a field goal. So then the difference in this game is going to be that extra point they had and took off the board because they decided to go for 2 and didn't get it. Or else it'd be 10-7. Kicking a field goal, you're tied at 10, but they kick a field goal here. McPherson coming on, it's going to be 10-9. And then, well, is Aaron Rodgers coming out of the locker room? Or is it going to be Mason Rudolph? From 25-yard line, be about, 43-yard kick from the right hash. Kick is good. So 10-9. 7-6 early. Both teams scored on their opening drives. Cincinnati kicked the extra point. Decided to go for 2 because of a Steeler penalty. Been a lot of penalties today. But then it was 7-6 for the longest time. Pittsburgh kicked the field goal before halftime, went up 10-6. Rodgers getting checked out in the meantime, see if he comes back or not. But then the Bengals go and kick a field goal to begin the second half on their opening third quarter drive, so it's 10-9. So 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, but the difference at 10-9 is that extra point they kicked and then decided to go for 2 on, so it came off the board. Didn't get the 2, or else it would have been 10-8. And then 11-10 right now. But it's 10-9. Steelers still lead 10-9. But now, offensively, we'll see if it's Aaron Rodgers. We'll see if it's Mason Rudolph. It won't be Will Howard unless Rudolph also gets hurt. That's why he's the emergency third-string quarterback. That's how the role's written. They can dress, because remember, before, they wouldn't even allow him to dress as the emergency third-string quarterback. It had to be somebody else, on the team. Like Pittsburgh had Heath Miller as the emergency third-string quarterback for the longest time behind Ben Roethlisberger. But, the roles changed, but how it's stated, how it's written, emergency third-string quarterback cannot enter the game unless both quarterbacks ahead of him get injured and are not returning. So Rodgers right now, in still, but potentially out. Don't know officially. They said he was getting evaluated, so maybe he comes back out. But it was a left wrist, left arm, left side, injury, it looked like. He was holding his left wrist. And he was in pain. And he is 41, going to be 42. But it looks like it's going to be Mason Rudolph because he was warming up on the sideline. But they can help him out with the run game. Run Jalen Warren, run Kenneth Gainwell, run the screen game. Throw to DK Metcalf. Somebody else has to step up a wide receiver, but get the tight ends involved. Check it down. Throw to Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Jonnu Smith if he shows up, along with Cam's little brother and Connor Hayward. So starts up front, though. This offensive line's got to block. If they don't block, they have nothing. But they got to help out Rudolph, especially if it's Rudolph, but whoever's playing quarterback with the run game. You got to be balanced. You got to be consistent. You got to have, your momentum continue to build, maintain the lead that you have, as we were saying at halftime before some issues. But, momentum and rhythm are real. So Steelers on the kickoff return from the 5-yard line. Gainwell to about the 27. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. It's 1st and 10 for the Steeler offense, with Mason Rudolph in the ball game. Thanksgiving is a week from Thursday. Christmas on December the 25th, as is every year. Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, Mason Rudolph, and a QB for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's see if this offense can shine. Roman Wilson in motion. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 27. 11:47 to play in the third. It's 10-9. They'll toss Jalen Warren, and he'll get a good 5 yards to the 32. Remember, their scoring drives, they had big explosive plays. Warren had a big run on the opening, touchdown drive. Darnell Washington had that catch and run, put a couple defenders on their ass. The stiff arm, a shoulder, and then just get the hell out of my way. But then they had to settle for 3, But then at least they got the 3, because then if not, you'd be down 9-7 if you gave up that field goal as you just did. So 2nd and 5 here from the 32. Rudolph in the ball game at quarterback for the black and gold. He'll hand off on a draw. Jalen Warren for about 3, maybe 4 yards up the middle. So 3rd and short coming up. Pittsburgh right to left across your television screen. Radio and I'll dial this 3rd quarter. But got to convert. Got to get a first down and work off of that. So we'll see what they draw up. But 3rd and 2. Third and 2 from the 35. Play clock winding down. Got to go. 3, 2, 1. They'll get the snap off. Rudolph looking to throw for the first time. Complete. Kenneth Gainwell. Move it. First down, Steelers. So, new set of downs. Work this clock a little bit. I mean, you have a lead. I get it's 1 point, but it's still a lead. Run the football. Keep it simple for Rudy. And just one thing at a time, okay? Balance, consistency. Keep it simple for him. Nothing stupid. Don't start turning the ball over. They dump it off on a screen. Warren. Stiff arm. He'll lose a yard. And now Warren's slow to get up. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Now they can't fucking catch a break with more players going down with injuries. We've talked about them being bit by the injury bug a lot this season. A lot. And the moves they've made because of. And more moves they've made recently. They have the depth. It's still next minute mentality. That's why you have 53 in the practice squad. And it's still just, his left leg, left ankle got rolled up. Maybe his left knee a little bit. Didn't look like a hyperextension. But still, Warren, he's a bulldozer. And if he's hurt and out, they're going to miss him for sure, because now they got Kenneth Gainwell and Caleb Johnson. And Gainwell can't do it all by himself. He had a good game against the Vikings in Ireland late September, but that was then. Has a touchdown earlier today, yeah. But Caleb Johnson really hasn't done a hell of a lot. Rookie out of Iowa. Was in the doghouse earlier this year because of the kickoff fiasco. Rudolph pump fakes. It's thrown incomplete near side. So 3rd and 11, 9:18 to play in the third. But, you still got to play through it. It's just frustrating. So they'll give us an update. Like I said, we'll update some stats and scores here in a minute. But, it doesn't look like Rodgers coming back right now. And whether that's today, whether that's a couple of weeks, whether that's the rest of the year, his career for that matter, who knows right now? 3rd and 11 from the 35. CBS having more issues with the scoreboard graphic. Rudolph near side, complete. Roman Wilson, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Just a simple crosser. Lobbed it up there for him and makes the catch and gets the first down. So, be 1st and 10, Steelers. See where they spotted out officially, but you got to keep going now, It's going to be at the 46 of the Bengals with 8:48 counting to play. So they're using up some clock on this drive, which is a good thing. They'll toss Caleb Johnson. You know, their zone run scheme. You know, get him into a hole out into space and let him run. As he continues to wear black and yellow, black and gold from Iowa to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But yeah, they got to run the ball to help out Rudolph. I'm really surprised they haven't gone to the tight ends yet. I am. But 2nd and 7. Just got to keep marching forward, one thing at a time. Go score. Go take a bigger lead than 1 or 4 points, for God's sakes. You know? Like, if it's 13-9, then it's 13-9. But go score a touchdown. Go up 8 and go up 17-9. But in a game like this, you're going to take your points while you can get them. You know? And then the defenses are just... You're going to hope for a stop. So 3rd and 7. I mean, that was intended for a tight end, Johnny Smith, but the pass was a little bit behind and incomplete. So 3rd down. So see if they can get 7-8 yards and work off of that. Because if not, it's going to be a very long field goal. They go deep. Metcalf caught at the 15, 1st and 10. And Cincinnati wants a pass interference. There is a flag on the play, but what are they going to call? Pass interference on the Steelers or pass interference on the Bengals? These goddamn fucking refs. Oh, come on. Pass interference on DK Metcalf for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They'll replay 3rd down. So what? 3rd and 7 on a 15-yard penalty. Make it 3rd and 22. They call a little bit of a push-off. Whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Seriously? Are you joking? Come on, man. So 3rd and 17 from the 46. Because it wasn't a full 15-yard penalty. But Darnell Washington. 1st and 10 Steelers. Let's go. They needed 17. Dump off to Darnell Washington. He gets 18. Because he extended the ball out past the marker. They're going to go hurry up to make sure it is a 1st down. And that Cincinnati can't challenge. So it's 1st and 10 Steelers. They snap it. Rudolph over the middle. Caught. DK Metcalf cuts in at the 30. And they get a new set of downs now. There. At the 26.5, 27-yard line. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh again. Now you have even more momentum. Get back to the run game with the backup quarterback that you have in Mason Rudolph, who, you know, he's reliable at times. You know, don't get me wrong, but then, you know, he's also had his issues. 2nd and a yard officially, they say. But they do get the 1st down now. Metcalf again, unless that was 1st down. Now this will be 2nd down, but if it was 2nd and 1 as they showed, this will be 1st down. So we'll see what the down distance is. It's a Pittsburgh Steelers 1st down, so it was 2nd and a yard. But, yeah, they have momentum. You got to capitalize off of it. You got to go drive and score a touchdown here. You know, I mean, I'm still kicking it if it comes down to it. Go up 13-9, but, you know, enough with a 1 and a 4-point lead. Go score a touchdown and be up 8, which is still 1 scored, 8, but they needed a touchdown and 2 point just to tie. And then it goes back to that extra point they made, but then took off the board because they wanted to go for 2 and didn't get it. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 19. Rudolph will hand off. Caleb Johnson up the middle. And still moving for a good 7-8 yards. 2nd and a short coming up for Pittsburgh. Keep running it. Keep moving the ball. Keep getting a couple 1st downs here. Get a goal to go. Just you got to score. You got to punch in and score a touchdown. 2nd and 3 coming up. From the 12. 2nd and 3, they'll call timeout. Play clock is running down. So they'll have 2 timeouts left. 5:13 to play in the 3rd, up a point, 10-9. And they're going to take a break. We're going to stick with it. Looks like we'll stick with it. So 2nd and 3. And just convert. Just don't turn the ball over. Just whatever you do, no turnovers. You know? So 2nd and 3 with 5:13 to go. And Rudolph up under center. They'll toss Caleb Johnson, and he'll get about a yard. So 3rd and a long 2. Third and 2. Let's see if they can get 3 yards. Because remember, it was 3rd and 17. They got 18 yards. So don't tell me they can't get. It's 3rd and 3, not 3rd and 2. Empty set, 5 wide. So they need 4. Rudolph going to avoid a sack. And then just throws it out of bounds, incomplete. So 4th down, kick it. Take your points. Go up 13-9. 1 point, 4-point lead is what it is, but. Yeah, you got to throw it. You just can't wait. You got to get rid of it. So here comes Boswell for a field goal. And kick's good. So it's 13-9. 13-9 Steelers. Bengals going to get the football back here, but still waiting on a status for Aaron Rodgers. But, you know, they did go score and kick the field goal there with Rudolph. So, and they took up some time off the clock. You know, they got the ball back with, 11 minutes to go in the 3rd. And now, 4 or 5 minutes to go in the 3rd. So, they're able to work clock, go the distance, and even though the drive was dead in the water a couple times, they get a couple first downs, they keep going, and they go kick a field goal. So it's 13-9. Would have loved the touchdown, but if you can continue to get stops, you have to settle for another 3. Well, it's 16-9. It's 1 score at 7. But then if you can go score a touchdown finally, you've got 20-9. That's 2 scores. It's 11 points. They need a touchdown, 2-point, and a field goal just to tie if they can hold you. So now it's time for the defense to really step up and make plays, make some stops. Wave those towels. Probably a little too early to be playing Renegade, but why not? So fade to black and oh mama. But Renegade also hasn't worked the way they've would have liked it to work, as of late. I've said it seemingly at times has lost its aura. Because all the teams that they're playing and Q Renegade, they go drive and score a touchdown or go score and kick a field goal. So, no, but yeah, 13-9 is still 4 rather than 1. It's been like this a couple times now, so just gotta keep inching away at it. Play a full 60. Find a way to win it. Just don't blow it. That's what we were saying at halftime. They had a lead in their last 2 home games, and they blew the first one, won it 2 weeks ago, and had a lead today. Still have a lead. Like, technically, Cincinnati has not. They were tied once at 7, but remember the field goal, or extra point came off the board, so that was just for a split second. Not even. So it doesn't even count, because they decided to go for 2, didn't get it. So they were down 7-0, down 7-6, and then, down 10-6, down 10-9, now they're down 13-9. So they're going to try to go take their first lead, but then if you got to force a kick, all right, well, it's 13-12 then. But this defense needs to make stops. We have yet to have a turnover. Be nice to stop the run and force some pressure on Joe Flacco here. Get a turnover to capitalize off of it. Might be the difference. It was a month ago, and it has been in a lot of Steeler games so far this season. They'll run Chase Brown. They wrap him up, no gain on the play. Harrison and Queen on the stop. 2 former Raven linebackers, now part of the Steeler defense. Yeah, we'll see here. We'll see what happens, but defense just got to get a stop. But, yeah, we'll update some stats, look at some scores, go from there. They just got to maintain the lead, maintain the momentum they have. From the 32, 2nd and 10. Jalen Warren is questionable to return. Has an ankle injury. So incomplete, 3rd and 10. Pass was caught, and then because of the hit by Jalen Ramsey, Yoshavash dropped it. It's incomplete. Flacco on 3rd and 10. Over the middle, caught Fant, but god damn it, they can't wrap him up and tackle him before he gets the first down, for God's sakes. Should have been 4th and about 5. But no, they can't tackle him, he gets a first down. So regardless of what it is, 3rd and whatever, Cincinnati is still converting. The Steeler defense cannot get off the field. From the 47, 1st and 10. And Chase Brown gets a couple to midfield. 2nd and 6. Second and 6 from midfield. And Flacco's pass high but caught by Higgins with James Pierre on the tackle. Another 1st and 10 coming up for Cincinnati. God damn it. 2 minutes to play in the 3rd. You got to force the kick. You can't give them a touchdown, because then you're down for the first time today. Then they have momentum, and then you and a backup quarterback and, running backs hurt as well. And you're not scoring touchdowns. You're just kicking field goals. But at least you have them, because it could be a hell of a lot worse than if you don't. If they'd scored. Up the middle, Brown again, but Brandon Eccles, Joey Porter, Malik Harrison come to wrap him up. Second and 9 from the 35, 5 wide. Flacco over the middle, high. Ooh, it was high. It was behind the receiver. Yeah, it looked like somebody got the hand on it, but then it was almost picked off. Incomplete, 3rd and 9. No, it was TJ Watt got his hand on it. So it's incomplete, 3rd and 9. Come on, defense, let's go. Flacco getting pressured. Picked off. Kyle Duggar. They traded for him, and the Patriots out past midfield on the return. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. There's a turnover, and there's points off of a turnover and a Steeler defensive touchdown because they just returned a pick 6. A good 70 yards to the house. Touchdown Steelers. 19-9. Now it's a 2-score game. Extra point to come. 37 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. And guess what? The Bengals are going to get the ball right back, too. So now it's time to wave those towels and play some Renegade. They get the first turnover of the game. Duggar just fucking playing center field. Flacco never saw him right in front of Higgins, and just good block by Herbig on the interception return as well. Chase almost chased him down. But Kyle Duggar gives the Steelers their first defensive touchdown of the season on a pick 6 for the Steelers to go up 20-9 now, the extra point good, over the visiting Bengals. Turnovers were the difference a month ago, and clearly a difference right now, too. As that game, remember, or this game here was 7-7, but 7-6, 10-6, 10-9, 13-9. Now it's 20-9. Steelers have now all the momentum in the world. They're helping out Rudolph in the run game. But guess what? Defense is going to get right back out there. So try to get rested up best you can in this commercial break. But they gave up, what, a couple late-round picks for Kyle Duggar and a pick swap, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. You know, they traded for him after Deshaun Elliott went down with the injury. And he's really played well, no doubt, making a name for himself with that. Yeah, it was just... Flacco never saw him. He didn't. Duggar was standing there the whole entire time. And they brought pressure, and he just picked it off and off to the races. So touchdown Steelers. And, yeah, momentum. 2-score, 11-point lead now. Defense right back out there. Keep stopping the run. Keep getting after Flacco. Get another turnover or two if you can. Try to score off of that. You know, get some more points on the board if you can. I mean, I'm not saying this is enough, but it might be enough the way this game's gone. But it ain't over until it's over. And going to continue to need stops. Going to continue to hope to score more points if you can, you know, as well. But we'll see. But yeah, 20-9 now with the pick 6 by Kyle Duggar. So we'll get back to the action here in a minute. We'll wait till the end of the 3rd quarter here, start of the 4th quarter, update some stats. 37 seconds left to go in the 3rd, but Bengals going to get the ball back. And that's Kyle Duggar's third career interception return for a touchdown, might add, as well. First as a Steeler, though. And then the Bengals return the kickoff from the 10. And there's a flag on the play. Yeah, they've made a lot of moves in the secondary. More than any other, position group this season. Along with, trying to figure out the wide receiver room. But just still very little. So 1st and 10 Bengals here after the kickoff return. But now Pittsburgh, plus 7 in the turnover margin? And more points off of a turnover as well. And they'll run it up the middle and blow it dead. And that'll probably do it for the third quarter. Got a 2nd and 7 with 10 seconds and counting to play in the third. They don't have to snap if they don't want to. And they're not going to. Yep. End of the third quarter. Steelers lead the Bengals 20-9. And Hangman's coming. Jigs up for Joe Flacco and the Bengals. CBS is even playing Renegade going into the fucking break. So, Steelers fans, you want it, you got it. Yeah. Turn those lights off and oh mama, play some Renegade. Steelers lead the Bengals 20-9 at the end of the third quarter. So they're once again leading at halftime, as mentioned. And now for the second home game in a row. 2 of the last 3, as they've lost 3 of the last 4 in general. They're maintaining their lead. They're maintaining the momentum. And they get a turnover on an interception and an interception return for a touchdown. Yeah, Kyle Duggar went about 70 yards to the house. And they get the stop on defense. So it's 20-9. It's a 2-score, 11-point game. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. We haven't seen him since the first half. He was getting evaluated, Mike Tomlin said, with a left wrist, left arm, left side injury. So Mason Rudolph's been a quarterback, but Rodgers was 9 of 15, 116 yards and a touchdown. That to Kenneth Gainwell to go up 7-0. But Rudolph in relief, 6 of 9, 53 yards. Jalen Warren, 10 of 62, but he's since gone down with an ankle injury and is also questionable to return. Gainwell, 6 of 18. Caleb Johnson, rookie out of Iowa, 3 carries, 10 yards. Darnell Washington's having a big game, 3 catches, 63 yards. 4 catches, 39 yards for DK Metcalf. Gainwell, 3 of 21 on the score. Fryman has a catch for 19 yards. Roman Wilson, 1 of 17. Calvin Austin, 1 of 5. Jalen Warren, 2 out of 5 out of the backfield. James Pierre, Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Brandon Echols, 5 total tackles. No sacks yet on Joe Flacco. But 1 tackle for loss. It's TJ Watt. And then Kyle Duggar, a 74-yard interception return for a touchdown to give the Steelers a 29 lead as we begin the fourth quarter. Flacco's pass high, caught by Higgins with Kyle Duggar on the coverage. But, 20-9 at 11 as the difference with them kicking the extra point than not, and going for 2 and not getting it. And then the Steelers, kicking 2 field goals when they only have 1. That's the difference. But, I mean, a big pick 6 to, give yourself that 2-score lead. Over the middle, complete to the back. Chase Brown gets about 8 yards or so, second and short, early 4th. 20-9 your score, though. 20-9. Brandon Eccles is down injured for the Steeler defense as well, at my dad. And they'll take a break. Steelers leading 20-9 here, early 4th quarter. Joe Flacco for the Bengals right now, 16-28, 148 yards. A touchdown on that interception return, 74 yards to the house. Chase Brown, 13 carries, 82 yards. T. Higgins has 3 catches, 62 yards in the score. Noah Fant, 3-26. Chase Brown, 5-26. Yoshivas, 3-20. Compared to a month ago when they met, and then, today, Chase Brown, they've really shut him down. Or Jamar Chase, excuse me. I say Chase Brown again, I meant Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase has 2 catches, 14 yards. And then they have a 43-yard field goal. We'll update overall team stats post-game at this rate. But then got some good games on here at 1 o'clock. Officially, NFL Week 11, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, already. Hard to believe. Past the halfway point. Steelers have already had their bye. Thanksgiving's a week from Thursday. Pittsburgh will be at Chicago next Sunday before then they host the Buffalo Bills in 2 weeks. And then we'll get into December, hopefully unleashing hell, and then you'll have Christmas and New Year's, end of the regular season, and then, get into the playoffs. But Pittsburgh got to take care of business, try to sort itself out, must win, here today. Still going to be atop the, AFC North. Unless they would lose, because then if Baltimore beats Cleveland later, then they'd both be tied at 5-5. But if Pittsburgh can win, get 6-4, they'd still be a game up. And split then with the Bengals, and then they don't play the Browns until, in between Christmas and New Year's, and they don't play the Ravens until early December in Week 18 once again. But, just got to finish this out. But Falcons lead the Panthers 21-19. Jaguars are up on the Chargers 35-6. So that's going to piss all Steeler Nation off, especially after last Sunday night. Bills up 31-26 on the visiting Bucks. Chicago 16-3 at Minnesota, but we'll get back to those scores in a minute. 2nd and 3, back from the injury timeout, early 4th quarter. And it'll be 3rd and short here coming up for the Bengals. It's 3rd down, 20-9 Steelers. Here we go, let's go. Third and a yard out of the gun, they'll run it, and no, they stuff them. Who was that? Yaya Black, rookie out of Iowa, 94. Now penalty on the play as well. It was either him, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, or Derek Harmon, the rookie out of Oregon. Defensive tackle hit him, and no gain on the play. 4th and 1 yard coming up, but penalty on the play. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on both teams. on Jalen Ramsey, on Jamar Chase. Yeah, they'll count, but then they'll offset. And it's still 4th and 1. Yeah, 4th and 1. So they're just trash talking, pushing and shoving. Bears up 16-10 on the Vikings. Excuse me. Minnesota just scored. It was both of them. Yeah. 4th and 1. Cincinnati's going to go for it. Let's get a stop. Fourth and 1. And they're going to sneak it. No. They'll motion the tight end again. And now motion Chase. Fake the end around. Still haven't snapped it. Crowd getting louder and louder by the second. They're going to drain the play clock and not snap it. And they will not go for it on 4th and 1. Steelers do not jump off sides. They take a delay of game or they call a timeout. They do take the timeout. So it's still going to be 4th and 1. Timeout Bengals in the meantime. Yet another flag on the play, even though there's no play ran, because of more trash talking. And Jamar Chase is like, you want to go? Let's go. And Jalen Ramsey is about ready to fucking kick his ass. And boos from the crowd. Chase can get fucking thrown out now. Because remember, they just had unsportsmanlike conducts called against, a couple minutes ago. So see what the ref calls now. Personal foul on Jalen Ramsey. And Jalen Ramsey's been thrown out. And it'll still be 4th down. But if you're throwing his ass out, you got to throw Jamar Chase out then too. So 15 yards automatic first down. Come on. After all that, you kidding me? So some pushing and shoving. This is right after the unsportsmanlike conducts. But that was just a personal foul. It wasn't another unsportsmanlike conduct. It's just a personal foul. So he should stay in the game. But if you're throwing him out, you got to throw him out then too. But after all that, 4th and 1, they get him to fucking call a timeout and they weren't going to snap it. And he's still going to give him a fucking first down. Jesus Christ. And more boos. I mean, fuck these Bengals. Seriously. I mean, yeah, Pittsburgh in the secondary as Jalen Ramsey just gets thrown out. Chuck Clark's in the ballgame. He knows the Bengals well from his days in Baltimore. I mean, this game's been chippy all game. But, as I said, though, if you're throwing Jalen Ramsey out, you got to throw Jamar Chase out, too. Because they, remember, both just had unsportsmanlike fouls called against them. And that's one of the two to get thrown out. But that was a personal foul, not an unsportsmanlike conduct. That's what they said. And Ramsey pushed him, and then, ref threw the flag. But now it's 1st and 10 Bengals after all of that. Ball at the 29, and now we got another whistle. These refs need to get this fucking game under control. More boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. They'll reset the play clock. Obviously emotions, and getting the better of, but these refs have been throwing flags like that all fucking game. whether they've been good calls or not. You got to call it down the middle. So I said, you're throwing his ass out, you got to throw him out too. So 1st and 10 of the 29 compared to 4th and 1. Bengals still charge the timeout, though, I might add. And over the boom, big hit. Sit your ass down, Noah Fant. Kyle Duggar on the hit. Come on, defense. Put them in their fucking place. Second and 5 from the 24. It's still a 2-score, 11-point game, but still. 12:22 and counting to play. 2 timeouts on both sides, 2-minute warning. You just never know. You got to keep playing. You got to keep making stops. And they haven't sacked Flacco yet. They need to continue to stop this run. Chase Brown almost 100 yards. That's a delay of game unless they called another timeout. Which, remember, they were charged the timeout on that 4th and 1, and then the penalties, and then the ejections, and then, all that. They get the first down. You still got a second and whatever it is coming up. They call another timeout with the play clock winding down, so Bengals going to have 1 timeout left with 12 minutes to play. Down 11, so that ain't on their side. So the Steeler defense keep getting stops. But Chase Brown almost has 100 yards rushing. Need to stop the run here. But they need to get Flacco. They need to get Flacco. They have yet to sack his ass. You think it's loud now? They get the Flacco, fucking rivers might explode. And fish are going to be flopping everywhere in Pittsburgh. I mean, talk about hostile, talk about rough and rowdy and chippy, and this is just your typical Steeler AFC North game, against either the Bengals, the Browns, or the Ravens. It's just been a while since it's been like this, but the refs have also allowed it to get to this point. But then it's also emotions and, getting the better of everybody, and you got to play through it. You just do. It's like they want to call it this way, well, fuck them, and then, continue to, fuck the opponent too. Like, keep getting after them. It's just... The NFL is probably going to step in. There'll probably be fines and, I don't know, about suspensions, especially since they already got ejected, but... Like, the officials are supposed to officiate. Call it down the middle, I won't have a problem with it. There's going to be trash talk. You just got to control it. But... Timeout Bengals again. It's 2nd and 5, I think. They'll have 1 timeout left. Unless they somehow, you get your timeout back because of that penalty, and then you still get only the charge, the 1 timeout you just called now. No, they only have 1 timeout left now. So 2nd and 5 Bengals with 12:10 to play. 20-9 your score. Bengals, ball at 25-yard line, 2nd and 5. Get after him. Get after him. Hand off. And 3 yards or so up the middle on the run. 3rd and short. Come on, defense. Let's go. Another turnover would be nice. They'll run it. get the first down, and move the sticks. I mean, it's a good thing Pittsburgh does have that 74-yard interception return now. Because if they don't, it's 13-9. You know, because remember, the Steelers offense hasn't been out there forever at this rate. Because the Bengals had the ball, driving. I mean, Pittsburgh did go on a, long field goal drive to go up 13-9 with Rudolph, after Cincinnati kicked the field goal to begin the third quarter. But then the Bengals had the ball on back-to-back drives because of the pick six. So the Steeler defense has been out there a lot. Play clock at 3, 2, 1, they'll get it off, but incomplete. But it's now 2nd and 10, 10:39 to play. But yeah, it's from 13-9, they're lucky to have that 74-yard interception return, because if they don't, okay, offense would have got the ball back. But then who knows if they do anything. Kick a field goal, okay, it's 16-9, still one score, 7-point game. You still score a touchdown potentially, it's still 29. But if you don't do anything, they get the ball back. That's this drive right now. And then if you don't have the 74-yard interception return, it's still fucking 13-9. All that shit just went all over the place with the ejections and all the penalties have been thrown. And if you know, been watching. 2nd and 10, empty set, and they get to Flacco. Down he goes. Take that, you son of a bitch. And Herbig, Watt, a couple other Badgers and Buckeyes. Be 3rd and 17 now for the Bengals. 10-20 and counting to play. Benton as well. Keanu Benton also played at Wisconsin on the hit. But that's what I was saying. That would be this drive, and you would still only be up 13-9 if you didn't have that interception return for a touchdown. And then who knows what they do. And then you might be down. You still might be up. But play clock at zeros, that's a delay of game unless they called their third and final timeout. Flag on the play. Delay of game. Back them up. It's 3rd and 22. Third and 22 with 9:51 to go. Steelers lead 20-9. Let's go. Come on, defense. This has turnover written all over it. Either that or they're going to give up 23 yards on a first down. But then Cincinnati, if they don't convert, they can kick a field goal and be down 8. But Flacco goes deep in the end zone. It's incomplete. No penalty either. I think that's what they were hoping for, intended for Higgins. But they'll still kick it looks like. Just be a long field goal. But yeah, they kick it. It's 20-12 if they make it. And that's an 8.1 score game. So then the Steelers back out on offense going to have to, go work clock and go hope to score. Field goal, would get you back to 11. A 48-yard field goal for Cincinnati to make it an 8-point game. Kick is good. So it's 20-12 up here. But 20-12 Steelers with 9:41 to go. Steelers going to get the ball back. A couple timeouts, 2-minute warning. Bengals only have 1 timeout and 2-minute warning. But go drive, go work clock like you did on your last offensive drive, and go score. I mean, I get you kicked a field goal. The defensive touchdown is really coming into play now. Along with the made extra point, but then the one that they decided to go for 2 on. Or else it'd be tied at 13 if you don't have a pick 6. Or let alone just be up 13-12 if you don't have the pick 6. But you're up 20-12, 8.1 score game again. They're up 1. They're up 4. A couple different times. They're up 11, now they're only up 8. So, got to go run the ball and work clock. Go score. All right, some scores NFL here. Dolphins beat the Redskins earlier in overtime, 16-13 on a game-winning field goal. Falcons up 21-19 over the Panthers. Jags 35-6 leading the Chargers. Bucks back up 32-31 at Buffalo. Bears 16-10 at Minnesota. The Giants are leading the Packers 20-19 after they fired Brian Dable. Texans 13-6 at Tennessee, and then here we are 20-12 Steelers on top of the Bengals. And then you'll have your 4 o'clock game, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, and then next week will be in the Windy City taking on the Bears. But yeah, it's been chippy to say the least. This is a lot like that wildcard game back in 2016. Vontez Perfect and Antonio Brown. It hasn't been this chippy since then with these two. It just hasn't. But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 35. Rudolph going to roll out, dump it off in the flat to Kenneth Gainwell. Stay in bounds, buddy. Work that clock. But 2nd and 3. Now they'll wind it, you know. Bills just scored again. It's 37-32 Buffalo. From the 42, 2nd and 3. Handoff Gainwell, and maybe he'll be short about 30 yards. No quarterback sneak. Rudolph in the gun. They'll run it again up the middle. Gainwell on a draw. 1st down Steelers. Work this play clock. Okay? Work the game clock. Don't snap it until you have to. And Rudolph, his pass incomplete. Bounce. Cincinnati picked it up as if he picked it off the ground, but it's incomplete. 10 for Metcalf. Yeah, just a little short hop. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. And now late whistle and a delay game on the Steelers. So it'll be 2nd and 15. Second and 15 from the 41. And Rudolph, quick bubble screen complete. Darnell Washington. And he'll get the penalty yardage back, so it's 3rd and 10 with 8 minutes to play. Work that play clock. Work that play clock. But then guess what? If they don't convert, they'll punt, play field position, and then with under 8 to play, it's your typical Steeler game, down to the wire finish. The defense is going to need to stop to win it. What's new? So 3rd and 11, Rudolph dumps it off. Again, Gainwell. Got a good block by Washington, another block by Roman Wilson. He's still going. Gets a Steeler first down and then some. First down, move it. 7 minutes to play. Work that play clock. Work that play clock. Don't snap it until you have to. 3rd and 11, and they got a good 20, 25 yards. They say 74 is eligible. It'd be Spencer Anderson. First and 10, Pittsburgh at the 35. Run the ball. Run the ball. And they will. Caleb Johnson. He gets 2, maybe 3 yards. So now got an injured defender. So an injury timeout. So they should wind the clock. And then work play clock a little bit more. Don't snap until about 6 minutes to go. Yep, they'll wind the clock. Don't snap it until you have to. Yet they'll snap with 15 seconds on the play clock. Roll out on a play action, complete DK Metcalf, first down, Steelers again. I mean, if they go up, 23-12, 27-12, it's still a 2-score game anyway with, under 6 to play. And Cincinnati only has 1 timeout with a 2-minute warning, so still work the clock, okay? From the 22, first and 10. And handoff, Caleb Johnson, stiff arm, far side, 20, 15, 10, gets pushed out around the 5. Be first and goal. Flag on the play. God damn it. Got a personal foul, face mask on the offense on Caleb Johnson on that stiff arm. Come on. All right, I'll live with that one, but that's the only fucking penalty other than offsides or delay of games I'll live with today that these refs have called, because everything else has been trash. Everything else has been garbage. Fucking no calls. They're throwing every fucking flag imaginable. First and 25. Work that play clock, though. You just got more yardage to fucking burn and more time to use. Use it to your advantage. They run a screen. It's complete. Gainwell, nice catch, good block, and open field inside the 10 down to the 7. Be first and goal Steelers. One play after it was going to be first and goal Steelers. But because of the penalty, they got backed up. But now, first down. First and goal. They got 4 shots to punch it in. Like I said, either way, field goal makes it an 11-point game. 2 scores at 23-12. Score a touchdown. It's 27-12. That's 15. That's also 2 scores with a touchdown and 2-point. And another, touchdown. Just to tie if they can hold. But time ain't going to be on their side. Kenneth Gainwell has come on again today with worn out. Just like the Viking game. And now we got a timeout by the Steelers as the play clock was winding down. So now they'll have 1 timeout left, just like the Bengals do with 4:29 to go. 2-minute warning coming up in 2 minutes and 29 seconds because we have 4 minutes and 29 seconds to go. But first and goal, Pittsburgh from the 7. So 1st and goal here for Pittsburgh from the 7. Run it. Just don't turn the ball over. Spencer Anderson lined up at fullback. Darnell Washington in motion. They'll run near side. And Gainwell gets to the 5 for 2. So 2nd and goal from there. Stays in bounds. Clock winds. Cincinnati has a 1 timeout and 2-minute warning to stop the clock. So stay the hell in bounds. 2nd goal Pittsburgh from the 5. And 74, Spencer Anderson's eligible again. And dump off, Gainwell, touchdown Steelers. Just as it was when they went up 7-0. Rudolph with a passing touchdown to Kenny G here to put Pittsburgh up 26-12. Extra point to come to make it a 15-point 2-score game with 3:40 to go, and then we have a timeout, 2-minute warning. I mean, might be over. And there's Jalen Warren on the sideline celebrating. Like, I think they might just be holding him out for precaution. Rodgers, though, is, the question. Is he okay? Extra point by Boswell is doinked in off the left upright. It's good. 27-12. Touchdown Steelers. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. They'll probably play Renegade now if they haven't already. I don't know if they have or not because they've already, not shown it on TV. Which they could have at the end of the 3rd, going into the 4th quarter. After the pick 6. But I don't know if they did or not. But 27-12 your score. Update some stats here for you. Obviously, hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. But, I mean, they're keeping it simple for Rudolph here. So, if they got to roll with Rudolph for a little bit, potentially the rest of the year, I mean, who knows? Like, they're still going to be capable of winning. I mean, if you recall, late 23, they needed to win out and get some help to make the playoffs. Well, he went 3-0 as a starter before they went to Buffalo and lost in the snow. In that game that got rescheduled because of the blizzard. Last year with Russ and Fields, they were 10-3 and then lost out. They lost in the first round of the playoffs to the Ravens. And you're 5-4, already lost to the Bengals a month ago, and up 15 here with 3:40 to go. Ain't over yet, but looking like a win. So, yeah, Rodgers earlier, 9 of 15, 116 yards and a touchdown pass to Kenneth Gainwell. Rudolph in relief, all in the second half here, 12 of 16, 127 yards and a touchdown pass also to Kenneth Gainwell. Warren, 10 of 62 on the ground, Gainwell, 9 of 24 rushing, but Kenneth Gainwell has 7 catches, 81 yards receiving, and 2 receiving touchdowns. Darnell Washington, big day for him, 4 of 67, DK Metcalf, 5 of 49. Fryermuth, 1 of 19. Roman Olsen, 1 of 17. Calvin Austin, 1 of 5. Jalen Warren, 2 of 5. Boswell's 2 field goals are really coming into play. Because just think he doesn't have it. It's 21 then, or 24 if he only has 1 of the 2. But then that missed extra point. Or the made extra point, but then the 2-point try. By Cincinnati. So, 27-12, wave those towels. Here we go, Steelers, here we go. Oh, mama, play Renegade, and they are. Hangman's out and coming for Joe Flacco and the Bengals. From the 5 on the kickoff return. They'll wrap them up around the 30. 1st and 10 Bengals from there with a timeout. Rodgers has not left the locker room. So take that for what it's worth. If he's still getting checked out or if he's okay. You know, like, we don't know. We won't know until after the game. From the 28, first and 10 Bengals, 27-12 your score. And pass complete, Noah Fant. And ball came out late. Pittsburgh picks it up. James Pierre running it back 10-5 and hops into the end zone, touchdown Steelers. Or are they going to say he was down? But the ball came out, another defensive touchdown for the Steelers in the meantime. And it's a touchdown, 33-12. So now everything's gone wrong for the Bengals, even though they were just in this game a minute ago. Was he down? No. Ball's coming out before his knee hit. It was officially complete to Noah Fant, but then Brandon Eccles with Chuck Clark. Ball's coming out before the knee hit. And then James Pierre right there to pick it up. That's a fumble. And that's a fumble, scoop and score, return for a touchdown. Here's the extra point by Chris Boswell. High snap, hold down, kicks good. 34-12 Steelers with 3:22 to go. So the Steelers get a 74-yard interception return for a touchdown. Renegade strikes again. And we got a fumble, scoop and score, returned about 30 yards to the house by James Pierre. 34-12 your score. Now this game's officially over with. Cincinnati's down, 3+ scores with 3 minutes to play and only a timeout and a 2-minute warning to use. So, ball game. Pittsburgh's going to get to 6-4. Split with the Bengals in a game they should have won a month ago, but they didn't. Obviously, probably as they had their chances against the Packers and Chargers as well. Yeah, they lost those. Lost 3 of 4. But now they're going to win, what? 2 of the last 3. And they'll go to the Chicago Bears next week. Kicks either 1 or 4 o'clock. I'm not sure. I haven't looked. But, yeah. First time since week 2 in 2023 that the Steelers had 2 defensive touchdowns in a single game. So, yeah. 34-12. And here come Flacco and the Bengals on offense once again. And the Bills score again. It's 44-32 Buffalo over Tampa Bay with 2.5 to go. So that game might be over now too. That's a 2-score, 12-point game as well. But this was, 1-point game, 4-point game, 11-point game, 8-point game, 15-point game, Now it's a 22-point game with 3:22 to go. But from the 35-yard line, first and 10 Bengals. But no, to split the Cincinnati Bengals now to get to 6-4, still be atop the division, regardless of what happens with Baltimore and Cleveland later on. I mean, you root for the Browns, clearly, over Baltimore today, but probably not going to happen. Baltimore will probably beat them. They'll be 5-5, 1 game back. But then it still take care of business down the stretch, and then the rest will sort itself out. So they'll split the Bengals this year. Bengals season, who knows, might be over with, might not be. Does Burrow come back? Who knows? But then Pittsburgh goes to Cleveland in between Christmas and New Year's, but then they go to Baltimore early December, but then host the Ravens week 18. So, the AFC North is still going to be theirs for the taking as of right now. And obviously, you win the division, you get a home playoff game. I don't know if they'll be the 1 seed. Probably not the way Indy and New England are playing, but you very well could be, the 3 or 4 seed, hosting a wildcard game. So from the 45, first and 10, Flacco's pass complete. Jamar Chase, who should have been thrown out as well earlier, but wasn't. And then the Steelers tackle him and say, "There you go, fuck you." That's from Jalen Ramsey. More trash talking. And the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play with a minute 10 to, or 1st and 10 coming up. 2 minutes to play. 34-12 your score. And we'll have full post game coming up, so stay tuned for that. Falcons up 24-19 over the Panthers. Jaguars beat the Chargers 35-6. So maybe a fluke win last week for them on Sunday Night Football. Even though the Steelers played like shit. Bears, who Pittsburgh will play next week in Chicago. The Bears beat the Vikings 19-17. And then Buffalo's up 44-32 on top of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Green Bay 27-20, going to win at New York, it looks like. Might be going to overtime with Houston and Tennessee. From the Oilers to the Titans to the Texans, tied at 13. And then 34-12 here, obviously, as we know, 2 minutes to play with the Steelers. On top of the Bengals. Games still to come this week in the NFL. Here at 4 o'clock after the Patriots and Dolphins have already won this week, Thursday Night Football and Sunday morning football at 4 o'clock. Seahawks at Rams, 49ers at Cardinals. The Ravens will be in Cleveland taking on the Browns. Chiefs, Broncos. Sunday Night Football is Lions, Eagles. And then Monday Night Football, Cowboys, Raiders from Sin City, as the Colts and Saints are on bye weeks. So now next week, week 12, Thursday Night Football, will kick it off with the Bills and Texans a few days from now. Steelers, Bears next Sunday at 1 o'clock. Okay. Patriots, Bengals as well next week. Giants, Lions, Vikings, Packers, Seahawks, Titans, Colts, Chiefs. That should be a good game. Jets, Ravens, Browns, Raiders, Jags, Cardinals. Philly will be in Dallas. Atlanta, New Orleans. Sunday Night Football next week, Tampa Bay and LA. And then Monday Night Football next week is the Panthers and 49ers with the Broncos, Dolphins, Chargers, and Redskins football team Commanders all on byes. And then you'll get into the 3 games on Thanksgiving the following Thursday. But 2 minutes to play here. 1st and 10. Make it 2nd and 1 for the Bengals. It's 34-12. And Flacco's pass tipped by TJ Watt. It's incomplete. 3rd and yard. So the Bears won on a game-winning field goal, 19-17. That's the time expired. And they're 7-3 now. So Pittsburgh at 6-4 will be in the Windy City taking on the Bears next week. That should be a damn good game. First and 10 Bengals at the 24 with a minute to play. Over the middle, caught again with Patrick Queen, the king middle linebacker for the Steelers on the stop. And CBS going to give us bonus coverage with the Bucks and Bills. 2 minutes to play, but a 2-score game now. 44-32 your score. Flacco's pass caught, wrapped up by Peyton Wilson and a few others. 3rd down. 20 seconds to go. 3rd and a yard. And pass in the end zone, incomplete, intent for Chase with Pierre on the coverage. 4th and a yard with 10 seconds to go. They're going to be petty and kick a field goal. Lose it 34-15 instead of 34-12. Or are they going to go for it? They'll go for it, but 4th and a yard. One more play. One more play here. Flacco, pass, picked off, James Pierre. They say incomplete. So the Steelers will have to go out to take a knee. So turnover on downs, 1st and 10 Steelers with 5 seconds to go. But the Pittsburgh Steelers will beat the Cincinnati Bengals here today, 1 month the day after they lost to them on a game-winning field goal, 33-31. As turnovers were a difference in that game, hey, turnover is going to be a difference in this game too. You know, you have 14 points off of an interception return for a touchdown, a fumble, scoop, and score for a touchdown as well. And, you know, I mean, do the math, but you're going to win 34-12. I mean, you have a couple field goals as well. They had an extra point they took off the board, 1 for 2, didn't get it. Like, it all adds up at the end of the day, but 34-12, your final score. Steelers get to 6-4, still top the AFC North. And I might add, for the first time since September the 6th and 7th, both Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers win on the same weekend. Been a long time coming. But CBS will give us bonus coverage here. Bucks, Bills, we'll hit mute. But I wanted to add that in before we get on a full game, post-game recap here with the Steelers. So, hey, win's a win. You know, they never trailed, I might add, today either. They're up 7-0, up 7-6, up 10-6 at halftime, maintain momentum and the lead at halftime. You know, they lost 3 of 4, but now they've won 2 of 3. You know, the 4 losses, obviously, yeah, you lose to Seattle. They're a damn good team. They also, you know, lost to the Bengals, which started the 3 of the last 4 that they lost because they lost back-to-back, you know, and lost to the Packers on Sunday Football a couple weeks ago. 1 because of turnovers against the Colts and points off turnovers in that game. Played like shit last weekend, but yeah, they never trailed today. Up 7-0, up 7-6, up 10-6, up 10-9, 13-9, and then the pick 6. Okay, 20-9. It was chippy all game. You know, the refs threw as many flags as they did, and I mean, you still got to play through it. But at 20-9, after the interception, return for a touchdown, the Bengals kicked the field goal, made it an 8-point game at 20-12. And Pittsburgh then, in the meantime, stood their ground. Got a fumble, scoop, and score. After they had, and Kenneth Gainwell scored his second touchdown of the game. So it was 27-12, it's another 2-score game, and then, you know, 34-12, and then, you know, Bengals basically run the clock out but don't do anything, and the Steelers take a knee. So 34-12 your final score. Pittsburgh's now 6-4, go to 7-3 Chicago next Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. So I'll have live play-by-play, watch live reactions live on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. So where do we want to begin? Well, I'll start at the top. Obviously, thanks for tuning in and listening. But sorry for any technical difficulties, you know, from yesterday to today, whether that be on my end with YouTube, let alone local CBS station, until it got working about 2 o'clock, mid-second quarter. I mean, we were still able to watch everything up to that point anyway. But then it was like, I'll be damned, it, cleared up. And everything else was working perfectly fine. Every other channel was fine, other than the local channels. And it just had to be on a fucking Sunday before the Steelers played at 1 o'clock. But we get through it, and we still witnessed the game. We still saw everything that happened. I still called it as I saw it. And a win's a win at the end of the day, so thanks for tuning in and listening. But, yeah, they're 6-4. I mean, their 4 losses, they had their chances. They just couldn't stop the run. They couldn't get off the field on defense. Turnovers killed them. Points off the turnovers killed them. They're winning today, 34-12 once again. And it's technically, they beat the Browns at home 23-9 a month ago. Only the second win, though, this year. And they're both against OHIO teams from that very state, in which they're by the wins are by more than one score. 23-9 and 34-12. Whereas they had a 2-point win, a 7-point win, a 3-point win, 7-point win. Lost by 2 scores, lost by 2 scores, lost by 2 points. So they're 6-4. They're still atop the division. That's what matters. Win or loss, because that's what I said after last week's game. Like, the only thing, really you could take out of it in the loss was that, okay, they're still atop the AFC North. And they get back to their winning ways. They bounce back. They snap a loss back into a win. They lost 3 or 4, but now they've won 2 of the last 3. They're 6-4 on the year. But once again, the schedule ain't gonna get any easier. It's just not. They go to the Bears next week, then they host the Bills, and they just beat the Bucks, who are a damn good team as well. And then they go to the, Ravens, and then they'll host the Dolphins on Monday Night Football in a month. A month from yesterday, actually, the 15th, 10 days before Christmas. So that's what it is over the next month. Before then, they got to go to the Lions and the Browns, and then they get the Ravens again. So tell me what games are easy, down the stretch. Yeah, exactly. None of them are. I mean, remember last year and in years past, they've gone to Cleveland and lost. So you can't even pencil that in for a win. Especially when they beat the Browns a month ago with the difference as to Aaron Rodgers, passing touchdowns, because then they were equaled out on the 3 field goals apiece. Had a bunch of sacks against Dylan Gabriel that game, from what I can recall, and a lot of damn near interceptions, but they couldn't pick them off. Scheduling going to get any easier. It's just not. So they're going to have to take care of business. And if they don't, they're going to need help. So don't blow it. But win's a win at the end of the day. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. Played the first half. Went into the locker room early before halftime with a left wrist, left arm, left side injury. Nobody knows anything right now. So we'll have to see what they say, post-game here themselves. If there's any injury update today, let alone tomorrow, Tuesday. I get he's 41, going to be 42, but that'd be a hell of a way to go out if, it would be for his career, for that matter. Just not for the game or a couple weeks or the rest of the season. Remember, they have him on a 1-year deal. Whether they bring him back next year, that's, up for discussion. I mean, he's played well. They need to help him out regardless of who's playing quarterback, you want to help your quarterback out in the run game. I mean, other than last week, him playing bad, just like they all did, couple turnovers here and there, that's why they lost, to the Seahawks, the Bengals, the Packers, and the Chargers. It's because, like I said, of the defense not being able to make stops, not being able to stop the run and get the hell off the field, and then offensively they were turning it over and the team they were playing was scoring off of it. That's why they ended up losing those games. The wins, they're finding ways to win, whether it's a strong running game this week or that week, or whether it's, they're getting turnovers and scoring off of them, or just that's what you got to do. You got to win, because that's all anybody ever remembers, let alone cares about. So that's what matters. Winning. It's the name of the game. You don't want to lose. So, no, but hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. We'll find out more, hopefully sometime soon. I don't know anything on my end. I don't know what they're saying right now in post-game themselves, press conference-wise, or what's been leaked in the media. But Mason Rudolph played well in the second half. If they got to roll with him, then okay. And then good thing they activated Will Howard, or else they want to have him as the emergency third-string quarterback. And he'd be on IR the rest of the year because, remember, he was hurt in preseason. So Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard. But if Rodgers can't go, it's going to be your two quarterbacks of, Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. And then, who's the third? Do they bring back in Skylar Thompson, who played well in the preseason? And his reps that he got and playing time he got because of Will Howard's injury. Who knows what they'll do? They'll need a third quarterback for sure. They'll have to make some more moves in that regard if there is something serious with Rodgers. But yeah, he went into the locker room a little bit before halftime and did not return. Did not even come back on the sideline and stay in the locker room. So who knows? He might be okay though too, for all you know. I don't know. So we'll see. He might be all right. He might not, though. Hopefully he is, but if not, and they got to roll with Rudolph, then, Mason Rudolph's the starting quarterback then moving forward to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that's what it is. And they'll have to help him out in the run game, like they did today. Regardless of who's playing quarterback, you want to run the football. You want to be balanced, consistent, have momentum and rhythm. And they were able to maintain momentum and a lead at halftime again today, I might add, too. So, it's going to flip-flop with the schedule. Home, away, home, away, home, away, home, week 18. So, regardless, home, away, neutral site, you got to take care of business. But, Jaylen Warren went down with an injury. Questionable return with an ankle. I saw him on the sideline, though, celebrating. So I think he's okay. I think they were just playing precautionary reasoning with him, keeping him out with Gainwell, running the ball as well as he was, catching the ball in the backfield in the screen game. I mean, hell, he had 2 touchdowns today. Caleb Johnson had a couple, good runs. They got to get these tight ends more involved because they have DK Metcalf wide receiver, nobody else. They like Calvin Austin, but he's not that good. Roman Wilson is basically turning into 2.0 of Calvin Austin. Just the way the trajectory of their careers are going. Injured in their first full year, and then they're trying to get their way back, towards the top. But that's what I said. If Roman Wilson can become a 2, then, okay, maybe. But, I mean, Darnell Washington had a huge game today. He did. A couple big explosive plays that got the crowd fired up for sure. But where's Freiermuth at? He had a big game against Bengals a month ago and really hasn't done a hell of a lot, consistently. They're just not getting the ball. They're just not. in all the other games for that matter. I mean, he has stats, but next to nothing. He has 200 yards receiving this year, a couple touchdowns, but they have depth. That's the thing that should help them out in the long run, because it's a long season. That's why they've, I think, made the moves they've made with the practice squad as of late. So they have guys ready to go if they need to activate them, especially in the secondary, but especially really all around with as many injuries as they have. So we'll see what the future holds, but they're still in a damn good position at 6-4, top of the AFC North. They just can't blow it. They just can't blow it. Like, you're sitting pretty, well, not pretty, but you're going to have a chance to host a playoff game. Let alone, we know they haven't won a playoff game in damn near a decade. So, yeah. But hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. But if not, it's Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. And then if it's somebody else at the 3, as the emerging third string, I would think it'd be Skylar Thompson, just because they had him in the preseason. I, though, right now don't know where he's at. If he's on an active roster, obviously you can't trade for him. Trade deadline's already passed. But if he's on a practice squad somewhere, let alone if he's already on your practice squad, which I don't think he is, they can just activate him. Or maybe just an just free agent out there, free to sign him. So it's going to be waiting on seeing what's the status of Aaron Rodgers. That's going to be the big talking point, obviously, coming out of this game. And rightfully so, but then also the defense had 2 touchdowns today, pick 6 and a fumble scoop and score. Kyle Duggar and James Pierre. That's 14 points, in a 34-12 win. So it'd be 20-12, if you don't have those defensive touchdowns or points off of turnovers. If the offense wouldn't have been able to capitalize if it wasn't a defensive touchdown, you know what I mean? And then remember, Boswell kicked 2 field goals, so then that's another 6 points, and they had 2 offense touchdowns there with Gainwell, a couple extra points as well, but then the Bengals had tied it up at 7, but then decided to go for 2, and didn't get it, so that's why it wasn't 7-7, it was 7-6. But it just all adds up as a difference. But it's an overall team win. Offense, defense, special teams. The offense scored, the defense scored, and special teams scored. Not in the return game by any means, but, you had a couple field goals by the Wizard. So, yeah, just solid bounce back win. Like I said, it got chippy there. In the second half, I mean, it was chippy all game. I mean, but what's new? This is AFC North football. This is, whether it's Steelers, Ravens, Steelers, Browns, it was Steelers, Bengals today. Jalen Ramsey got thrown out. Didn't really agree with that, but it is what it is. I had said then, I'll say again now, if they're throwing Jalen Ramsey out, they need to throw Jamar Chase out as well. But they didn't. He was still allowed to play. And that was right after they both had got their first of potential 2 unsportsmanlike penalties. But then Ramsey had got, the second one shortly then after, nothing against Chase. So that's why he got thrown out and Chase was able to stay in. And remember, that was all after a 4th and 1. They were trying to get him jump off sides. Pittsburgh didn't. They called the timeout. And then, shit went sideways. All hell broke loose. And, the main thing is the refs need to call the game better. There's so many fucking penalties there that didn't need to be called. And they need to get control of the game. It was ridiculous. Just pathetic. For the NFL officiating, in my opinion. But, yeah, so it was 4th and 1, as mentioned, and then they forced the Bengals to call a timeout. All hell broke loose. 15 yards, automatic first down, he gets thrown out, so it's 1st and 10. And that was all right after the interception return. Like, Pittsburgh had momentum going up 2 scores, because remember, it was 7-0. Pittsburgh never trailed today. 7-0, up 7-6. Could have been tied at 7-7, but 7-6, because they went for 2 instead of kicking the extra point after the penalty. Took that extra point off, went for 2, didn't get it. And then it was 10-6 at halftime. And then, 10-9 early third quarter, but then 13-9. And then, it was a punt contest a lot in the second quarter after the opening drive touchdowns, because the defense settled down and settled in. And so, 7-0, 7-6, 10-6 at halftime, and 13-6, or 10-9, 13-9 then Steelers, before it really got going. And Kyle Duggar picked off Joe Flacco, returned it 74 yards for a touchdown. Pittsburgh's up 2 scores then at 20-9. They probably could have played Renegade then. They waited until a little bit later on. Renegade worked today, unlike in the past. Renegade 9 times out of 10 works, but as of late it really hasn't. It's been their kryptonite. That aura seemingly has disappeared and gone away, but it was back today. So, 20-9 on the pick 6. Had a 4th and a yard. They forced the timeout. Was Cincinnati going to go for it still, or are they going to kick the field goal? Who knows? Jalen Ramsey gets thrown out. They said he punched Jamar Chase. I beg to differ. It was more of a shove than anything. That's what I said. If Ramsey was getting thrown out, Jamar Chase should have got thrown out too. But he didn't. But then, at 20-9, still 2 scores at 11. The Bengals can't score, so they settle for 3. It's a 1-score, 8-point game then at 20-12. But then the Steelers go drive and score. There are 2 drives with Mason Rudolph. First 2 drives with Mason Rudolph there at that point in time from 10-9 to 13-9, and then when they were up 20-12, like, they went and drove and worked clock and had the run game and a couple big explosive plays, and Darnell Washington get the crowd going, and they moved the football. They were able to move downfield and score. And as Kenneth Gainwell scored the first touchdown of the game, he scored the last offensive touchdown of the game today as well. A couple screens from Rodgers and Rudolph to Kenny G for 2 touchdowns, and they went up 27-12 then. So it's already a 2-score, 15-point game. A couple minutes left, And then that's when they played Renegade. So Fade to Black and Oh Mama, and you had the pass complete, Noah Fant. He was not down. The ball was coming out. It was a fumble caused by Brandon Echols, and James Pierre was right there to pick it up and return it about 30 yards or so for a touchdown. And then it's 34-12, ball game basically. Nothing else happened after that because Bengals got the ball back. Drove, chewed clock, but didn't score. Turnover on down. Steelers 5 seconds left. Needed out. Ball game, and a win's a win. 34-12. Your final score. So, update some final stats here before we sign off. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Here on YouTube if you haven't done so already. Links once again in the description below. But yeah, Steelers 34-12 win, splitting with the Bengals this season. They'll go to Chicago next Sunday at 1 o'clock before then they'll host the Bills in 2 weeks' time to close out November. But once again, the schedule ain't going to get any easier. The schedule from here on out at 6-4. The Sunday before Thanksgiving, next Sunday at the Bears. The Sunday after Thanksgiving, 2 weeks from now, they host the Bills. Then in December into early January, they go to the Ravens, host the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. And we know they can't play in the cold, so that might work out in Pittsburgh's favor. But they've won a couple in a row here as of late. See what their future holds in South Beach. But then Pittsburgh, the Sunday before Christmas, they got to go to Detroit to take on the Lions. And then they go to Cleveland the Sunday afterwards, the Sunday after Christmas, in between Christmas and New Year's, to take on the Browns, and they host the Ravens week 18. So, like I said, tell me of those, remaining 2, 4, 6, 7 games, of what's easy. None of them are. They're all going to be tough games. They got to take care of business and, figure it out and find ways to win, because then the rest will sort itself out. And then they might be, hosting a playoff game. Just don't shit the bed down the stretch. You don't win the division, and then you got to go on the fucking run of the playoffs again. And then, who knows what happens there. Win-loss, we know they haven't won in the playoffs in damn near decades. So they just got to take care of business. Rest sort itself out. But one game at a time, though. They win today 34-12. And we'll go to the Bears next Sunday. Joe Flacco today, 23 of 40, a $199, only sacked once, had the interception return for Kyle Duggar, 1 touchdown, that was to T. Higgins. Chase Brown, 18 carries, 99 yards rushing. Higgins, 3 of 63 receiving and the touchdown. Noah Fant, 5 of 36. His catch and then fumble was a scoop and score by James Pierre. Jamar Chase, 3 of 30 receiving after he went off against the Steelers a month ago. So 23 catches for 199 yards for the Bengals receiving core today, when they gave up, 2 100-yard receivers to the Bengals, a month ago. And then also to the Colts, I think, a couple weeks ago as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, they're getting there. Chase, 3 of 30. Chase Brown, 6 catches, 28 yards out of the backfield. Tanner Hudson, 3 of 22. Yoshavash, 3 of 20. McPherson had a total of 6 points, so half of what they did end up scoring, with a long field goal, 48. But Pittsburgh on the flip side, hopefully Aaron Rodgers is okay. 9 of 15, 116 yards, and a touchdown. That to Kenneth Gainwell. Rudolph in relief in the second half, with his nose shining so bright. 12 of 16, 127 yards passing, and another passing touchdown to Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell had 9 carries, 24 yards rushing, but 7 catches, 81 yards receiving, and 2 scores. So he had over 100 all-purpose yards today, did Kenneth Gainwell. Jalen Warren, 10 carries, 62 yards rushing for him. Also had 2 catches, 5 yards on the backfield. Hopefully he's okay. Questionable return with an ankle injury, but Caleb Johnson, 5 of 15. Rodgers had a first down run for 8 yards. Kenneth Gainwell led the team in receiving, as mentioned, 7 catches, 81 yards, and 2 scores. Darnell Washington with 4 catches for 67 yards with a long of 31. That was the one that he, stiff-armed, put the shoulder down, and then told the guy to get the hell out of his way. Also had a 18-yard reception on 3rd and 17 to keep the sticks rolling. So Metcalf, 5 of 49 as well. Pat Freiermuth, 1 catch, 19 yards. Roman Wilson, 1 of 17. Calvin Austin, 1 of 5. Jalen Warren, 2 of 5. Patrick Queen had 10 total tackles. They had 1 sack on Joe Flacco. It was Nick Herbig. 2 tackles for loss. Herbig with 1 of those and TJ Watt with the other. Obviously, Kyle Duggar had a 74-yard interception return for a touchdown, and James Pierre had about a 30-yard fumble, scoop and score return for a touchdown on the Steeler defense as well. First time the Steelers had 2 defense touchdowns in a single game in 2.5 years. Boswell, 10 total points, long field goal of 30 as he was 2 of 2, 4 of 4 on his extra points. Overall total team stats in the 34-12 win. 16 total penalties, 8 against each. So they'll say, oh, well, we called it down the middle. Bullshit. 10-second differential in time possession as well. Steelers had the ball for 30 minutes and 5 seconds, whereas the Bengals had the ball for 29 minutes and 55 seconds. So pretty split there as well. Like, Cincinnati's probably wondering how the hell they lost this game. Even though Pittsburgh did have more, total yards, had 3 less total plays. Both teams were about 50% on third down. Pittsburgh had more passing than Cincinnati did, and a little bit more rushing as well. Penalties were 8 apiece. Time possession, 10-second differential. It was the turnovers and points off of turnovers and momentum and, the Steelers' field goals. So take your points. You don't ever need later on it. It helped them out. Even though you'd like to settle for, or not have to settle for 3 all the time, you'd like to score touchdowns. That came back to help them out in the long run. A couple more points, just because if they don't have it, and they don't have those points off turnovers, it's a hell of a lot closer than the final score shows it is. It just is. And then what else was there? Just remember, extra point they made. No, we're going to go for 2. Like, that's why they were down the whole entire game, even though they cut it close. They're down 1 at 7-6, down 10-6, down 10-9, down 13-9, but then it was 20-9, 20-12, 27-12, 34-12. Like, it was 1-point game, 4-point game, 8, 11, 15. It ends up being 22 as the total difference, which is a 3-score win. But, because everything adds up. So the Bengals had 17 first downs. They were 0 on a fourth down, 7 of 15 on third. Ran 63 plays for 297 total yards. 8 penalties. Had the ball for 29 minutes, 55 seconds. But yeah, the 2 turnovers didn't help them. Helped out Pittsburgh with their 22 first downs. They're 1 on a fourth down on that sneak. 7 of 13 on third down. Ran a total of 60 plays for 232 passing, 111 rushing for 343 total. Yeah, 8 penalties. 8 for 67 against the Bengals, 8 for 76 against the Steelers. But Pittsburgh then had the ball for 30 minutes and 5 seconds and, scored 14 points off of those 2 turnovers. So, like I said, overall total, team win. Offense, defense, special teams, 34-12. Your final score for the Steelers defeating the Bengals. Here today, as Pittsburgh covers at 5.5, over under at 48.5. You can do the math on that. Came right around that number. So maybe you're hoping for some more points to be scored, and maybe you're hoping for it to finish the way it did. But Pittsburgh now going to be +8 in the turnover margin. And, when they're getting turnovers, for the most part, they're scoring off of them. When they're turning it over offensively, that's what's doing them in, because then, the defense is in a bad spot and then giving up points, with not being able to stop the run and not being able to make stops, not being able to get the hell off the field. But now they're done playing the Bengals, unless somehow, some way, Cincinnati makes playoffs. They won't meet again until next year. And then we'll see what the Steelers do, move-wise with, transactions and such. They're always trying to get better. They've been adding depth, as mentioned, from the active roster to the practice squad, and making sure guys are ready to play if they need to activate them. But even in the win today, 34-12, the thing's going to be what's Aaron Rodgers' status. So I'm actually going to look this up real quick. and see if there's anything in the news about Aaron Rodgers and his injury he suffered today as the Steelers quarterback against the Bengals. They say hand injury. Left hand injury. He's being evaluated for a left hand injury, not a left wrist. Yeah, left hand injury suffered today against the Bengals. He was questionable to return, but he never returned. You know, we saw how it finished with Mason Rudolph. So that's all they're saying right now. There's not much else out there in the news. So they're either keeping quiet about it, or, you know, they don't know themselves yet, the severity. You know, like, I'm sure he's getting tests done and shit. So, but he also could be fine, you know. But then that's also, well, okay, if he is okay, like, he'll play. You know damn well he will. He ain't want to go out like that. But, like I said, if not, it's Mason Rudolph and then, you know, Will Howard. But hopefully Rodgers is okay. We'll see. But they still, you know, because one player doesn't make a team. You know, they still got to play as a team and find a way to win as a team. Offense, defense, special teams as they did today. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the future holds. But, yeah, 34-12, your final score as the Steelers beat the Bengals here today and get to 6-4 on the season. Still atop the AFC North. So, they'll be at the Bears next Sunday. And I'll have live play watch on reactions live right here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. But yeah, in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, for host Encyclopedia Sports. Coin Luke 96 live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. If you haven't done so already, like, subscription below. Click the first top link in the description as well. Hit the hype button if available. But, yeah, here we go, Steelers. We are Penn State as well. Penn State won for the first time in 2 months and 2 days yesterday. Got to win out to make a bowl game. We'll see if that happens. And kick time for Nebraska next Saturday is at night. It'll be a 7 o'clock kick next Saturday night. So I'll have live play watch on reactions live on YouTube. Then, so yeah, next weekend is Penn State hosting Nebraska and then the Steelers at the Bears. From Saturday night at 7 to Sunday at 1. But yeah, for the first time since September the 6th and 7th, they both win, both Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They both win on the same weekend. Which I didn't think I'd be saying that here mid-November, but here we are. But, hey, we are Penn State. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Wins are wins at the end of the day. That's what matters. So, just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's the easiest way to stay up to date. So, I'll see everybody when I see you. And, yeah, thanks for tuning in and listening. Steelers beat the Bengals as Penn State beat Michigan State last night. 28-10. We are. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers with a 34-12 win against the visiting Cincinnati Bengals to get to 6-4. And stay atop the AFC North.